changed. We just want to assume that at this second day of the 2025 Nigeria Education Forum would be concentrating more on the real business of the day and not the ceremonials that we saw yesterday. So once again, I'd like to welcome you to day 2 of this all-important forum. And I'm certain that you rested well yesterday and that we're all raring to go. The morning will feature a number of panel discussions, and those presentations will get underway shortly. But as it is proper, would like to do a quick recap of the proceedings yesterday. And so to help us do that before we get into today's plenary, let me invite Amina Shehu, who will do a quick recap of the proceedings we all witnessed here yesterday. Let's put our hands together as we invite to the podium Amina Shehu. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, everyone. Good morning. My name is Amina Shehu. One of the members of the rapporteur team. And here is the recap of what transpired yesterday. The Nigerian Education Forum conveyed policymakers, education stakeholders, private sector actors, and international partners to discuss strategies for a prosperous, inclusive, and skill-driven Nigerian education system. The summit included high-level speeches, parallel sessions, insight presentations, and discussions on basic, technical, and higher education. Here are the key highlights of what transpired yesterday. The opening remark was read by Dr. Abdulateef Shituladi, who emphasized on the Nigeria's demographic advantage, funding gaps, and importance of education industry collaborations for sustainable development. The Honorable Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Said Ahmed, presented the Nigeria Education Sector Renewal Initiative, NESRI, highlighting reforms across access, quality, teachers development, STEM integration, and digital-enabled learning. Dr. Aliyu Umar Modibo, who represented the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, stressed sustainable education financing, shared statistics on state-level funding, and advocated for multi-stakeholder collaborations to address out-of-school children. Award and recognition were presented to government representative and Nigerian Education Forum leadership for contributions to education, followed by a group of photographs with stakeholders. The first plenary session held with the topic on education for prosperous and inclusive Nigeria. Panelists discussed equitable access, skill development, public-private partnership, and curriculum alignment with labor market needs. Emphasis was placed on STEM, vocational education, and foundational learning to prepare youth for emerging sectors. Three insight sessions held yesterday. The first from the Premium Trust Bank advocated aligning education with sectoral needs in energy, AI, agriculture, and technology. The second insight session by New Globe highlighted smarter, outcome-focused education funding, stressing digital monitoring and data-driven teacher support. The third insight session by Owando emphasized financing result-oriented initiatives rather than just providing funds for all kinds of activities. 3 parallel sessions held yesterday. The first, on basic education, discussed on the topic improving learning outcome in basic education, what works for Nigerian context. The key takeaway from the section is focusing on improving literacy and numeracy through teachers' mentorship, national assessment framework, and performance-based funding. The session emphasized on early grade reading initiatives as one of the most successful literacy and numeracy initiatives in Nigeria. The second parallel session on technical and vocational education training discussed on the topic delivering a skill-based economy through technical and vocational education training, challenges and opportunities for Nigeria. Panelists stressed skills acquisition, industrial collaboration, regulatory oversight, and youth employability. Success stories from Ogun State and Kano State should be modeled by other states, and public perception change were highlighted. The session calls for synergy of efforts among Federal Ministry of Education, Industrial Training Funds, National Board for Technical Education, and industries for effective collaboration, consultation, and co-creation. The session emphasized that TVET should be expanded to all states in the Federation and for inclusion and partnership with the private sectors in TVET curriculum creation to meet industrial skill needs. The third parallel session on higher education discussed on the topic incentivizing higher education institution for innovation, graduate skill, and employability. Discussion centered on innovation, graduate skill, research relevance, and technology hubs, advocating public-private-led innovation and curriculum alignment with societal needs. The session emphasized that Nigeria possesses a talent pool to fill global skill gaps, but requires a sustainable change in orientation, both from the educational system to prioritize relevant skills and entrepreneurship, and the government to create necessary enabling environment, including fundings for local research innovation hubs, technology transfer, office, and vision. Key recommendations across sections include, number 1, strengthening collaboration among federal, state, private sectors, and industry actors. 2, align curricula with labor market demands and emerging sectors. 3, investing in teachers' development, mentorship, and digital infrastructure. 4, promote inclusive education with attention to girls, vulnerable, and undeserved children. 5, celebrate and publicize success stories to improve societal perception of TVET and other reforms. 6, implement evidence-based funding monitoring and evaluation frameworks across all education levels. The overall impact of yesterday's summit highlighted the urgent need for skill-based education, system reforms, and multi-stakeholder collaboration. Stakeholders left with actionable strategies to improve access, quality, innovation, employability, and sustainable financing, setting the stage for more inclusive and productive Nigerian education system. And I hope that we all enjoy today's session. Well, you're welcome again.
Thank you so much. May we please put a hands together once more and appreciate. May we announce the arrival of the President of the Senate, ably represented by the Chief Whip, distinguished Senator Monguno Tahiri in the House. Let's please put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. And on that note, may we rise for the national anthem for us to start appropriately.
Around equipping Nigeria's youth with skill and knowledge.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. Without much ado, it's not always easy to have our distinguished senators in our midst when we know too well that they have a obvious busy schedule, and for that reason we want to make good use of the representative of the Senate President here, and that's why I want to say, as he the hot in pidgin English, who crave his indulgence to kindly come up and make his speech so that we don't waste much time. If you give him a resounding applause, it will be encouraging. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, I saw the whole of the front row is empty except my sister. So when I came, I raised that issue with the master of ceremony, and he told me that the occasion actually commenced yesterday, but not today. That is why the front row is empty. But that notwithstanding, I think I can recognize all the dignitaries in absentia, though they are not physically present. Though I was not introduced, my sister who is sitting in the front row alone, if I have known her, I will have properly recognized her in the protocol. But I will say all protocols respectively are duly observed. I'm representing the President of the Senate, and therefore I have a prepared speech that I'm going to deliver on his behalf. I'm not going to deviate from that speech, but I will adhere stricto sensu to the content of the speech. And it reads thus: it is an honor to stand with you at a moment that speaks to the very heart of who we are and who we hope to become. Because when we talk about education, we are not just talking about classrooms or budgets. We are talking about the dreams of millions of young Nigerians who wake up every morning believing that if they study hard enough, if they try long enough, if they hope fiercely enough, then tomorrow can be better than today. That is the dream of keeping hope alive. I want to thank the Nigerian Governors Forum for bringing us together with the clarity of purpose and courage of conviction. Your leadership reminds us that no challenge is too great when a nation desires to face it together. The team before us, Pathways to Sustainable Education Financing and Synergy between the town and the ground, invites us to imagine a Nigeria where every child, no matter their circumstance, walks into a school that believes in their future, a school that unlocks their creativity, a school that gives them knowledge and hope. Because I believe deep in my soul that it is universal even when opportunity is not. I believe that in every village, in every city, in every corner of our extraordinary nation, there is a girl who wants to become a doctor, a boy who dreams of becoming an engineer, a young mind waiting to create the next big idea that changes the world, or a boy who aspires like me to be a lawyer in future. And I believe that our job as leaders, teachers, policy makers, partners is to make sure that those dreams do not die in the silence of forgotten classrooms. In the Senate, we are working to strengthen funding, improve accountability, expand access to digital learning, and align our educational system with the needs of our modern economy. But we know that government alone cannot do it. Education is a national project, and national projects succeed when everyone, federal, state, local, public, private, pulls in the same direction. And I think that is why there is now clamor for local government autonomy, so that local government will also have the wherewithal to discharge their constitutional responsibility, especially when it comes to funding education as it concerns the educational mandate. So let us build a new partnership where research speaks to national challenge, where innovation flows out of our universities into our industries, where every child seeks a pathway to success that is wide enough, strong enough, and welcoming enough to carry them. Let us choose to invest not only in infrastructure, but in imagination, not only in textbooks, but in talent, not only in structures, but in the spirit of our young people. Because if we choose to rise above politics, above doubt, above all habits that no longer serve us, then we will open the door to a future where Nigeria becomes a beacon of learning and a powerhouse of ideas. A future where no child is told, that is not for you. We should give level playing field for our children to achieve their potentials. A future where every teacher stands tall and proud because the nation stands behind him. I can recall with nostalgia when I was in primary school. The tradition in my village of Monguno is that they deploy children to run errands in their teachers' houses. So I was deployed to the house of one of our teachers to run errands for the wife and what have you. But because during that time, teachers are the cream de la cream of the society. Teachers are the elites of the society. The type of food that I eat in the teacher's house as a result of the errand that I ran for the wife, I don't get that type of food in our house. And because of that, I always eagerly come to run errand for the wife. So I am giving you this example just to show you how teachers were in our society then. As I said, they were the cream de la cream of the society. So therefore, we should bring back that place of prominence to our teachers. Give them all the conducive environment for them to operate and inculcate knowledge into our children. That is the only way we can guarantee the future of our children and the future of our education. So for education to succeed and for the nation to succeed, the interests of teachers, the remuneration of good remuneration for teachers is sine qua non for the success of our educational venture. So I'm giving you this example just to show you how teachers were then in the society. So we should bring back that place of prominence for teachers in the society. A future where the promise of Nigeria is not reserved for a few, but shared for all. That is, the prosperity of the country should be shared for all. Everybody should be given the opportunity or the level playing field for everybody to participate in all economic activities, but it should not be reserved for a few. As that society should be egalitarian in nature to carry each and everybody along. And when that day comes, and it will come, our children will look back on this moment and say, this was the day when our leaders believed in us. This is when Nigeria decided that education will light the way to a new dawn. Thank you. God bless, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. But before I finally come down, let me give you one of my own personal experience of my journey, not only in life, but in the pursuit of education and the role a teacher played that made me to complete my education and be what I am today. In our village then, if there's any Kanuri man here, he will attest to that. That's what we call a skill. A skill is a play where ladies will stay like this in front, and then boys would also stay like this. So in the course of the dance, ladies that are staying in one row and then the boys that are staying in the course of the dance, ladies will choose any of the boy that they will. Okay. Ladies will choose any of the boy that they want him to come out and dance with him. So they will come and do like this to the boy. The boy will now come out and dance with the lady. So during that time, I was in class 7. You know, then it was, you finish your primary school at class 7. So when we go for this dance, a skill, it's the whole society, drivers with the primary school students, secondary school students, all combined together will be lining up like this, girls will be lining up. So I discovered that each time ladies come out, they will not come and invite those of us that are in school for a dance. They only invite those that are drivers or are selling wares in the market for a dance. Those of us that are in school, they don't invite us for a dance. So I say, if that is the case, me, I'm leaving school. I said, me, I'm leaving school. And honestly, I left school. I went and become Karemato. What is Karemato in English? I went and became a motorboy with a view to learning how to drive so that I will be a driver, a commercial driver, so that when we go for dance, me two ladies will invite me for a dance. I left school and went and became a motorboy. My headmaster then, because of my brilliance, my headmaster then, he's still alive, was so concerned that I have dropped out of school to be a driver. He went and met my late father, that under no circumstance, under his dead body, I am not going to leave school, even if it means he's going to go on spiritual invocation. I have to go back to school and finish my primary school. So my father counseled me. The primary school headmaster counseled me. Some people came and counseled me. I think at the end of the day, it is the spiritual invocation that made me to go back to school. And I went and finished my primary school. I became a lawyer eventually. I became Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in my state. I served for 5 terms in the House of Representatives. That is 20 years in the House of Representatives. Left House of Representatives as Chief Whip, transited to the Senate in 2023, and became Chief Whip in the Senate. So, and incidentally, those that were drivers, our colleagues that dropped out and became drivers, at the end of the day, I'm the ones that is giving them the vehicle for them to drive in order to earn a living. So I'm just trying to give you this my own personal example of journey in life to show you the importance of education and the importance of teachers. And do you know what I did for that teacher? I was in the House of Representatives. The present vice president was the governor in my state then. He now said, hey, Honorable, nominate somebody to be the chairman of your local government for me. I nominated that headmaster to be the chairman of the local government. So that is the importance of teachers in education. Once teachers are motivated, given their place of prominence in society, teachers can go to any length and make sure that people are inculcated not only good norms and values, but pursue their education to the end. Thank you very much. No, okay. So last time, yes.
Let's put the hands together for that lightness. I just want to ask, how many of you attended class 7? Tell yourself the truth, class 7. So, yes, I did class 7, myself, we did here. So be very careful, ladies. Dances these days, may it not lead you to a motopark boy or a motor boy. So dance with people who finished class 7 so that you can become what he has become today. Let's put the hands together once more as I invite my dear uncle, Dr. Cyril Stoba, for the next item. Thank you, which is an award. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francis. And once more, let's put our hands together for distinguished Senator Mohammed Tahir Mambono, the Chief Whip of the Senate. We crave your indulgence to still remain because there is a gift, an award which has been sent to the distinguished President of the Senate, and we crave your indulgence to convey that that gift to His Excellency, the President of the Senate. And to do the presentation, let me call on Dr. Padi Iyamu, who is Chairman of the Steering Committee of the NEF and Commissioner for Education, Edo State, to help us do the honors. Thank you very much.
So on behalf of the Nigerian Governors Forum, we present this award to His Excellency Senator Godswill Akpabio, Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. This award is going to serve as a veritable tonic for me to contribute my widow's mite towards the advancement of education in Nigeria. Thank you very much. And as a Senate that is responsible and responsive to the yearnings of Nigerians, we will do everything possible within our legislative mandate to ensure that education is delivered to the doorsteps of the people, because any society that tends to relegate education to the background does so at the risk of its own peril. And therefore, we should not allow that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We do appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you so very much, sir. And distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge that in our presence now, she joined us a few moments ago, is the representative of the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, His Excellency Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu is being represented here by his Special Advisor on Strategic Communications, Dr. Mabel Adirunke. We welcome you and thank you for coming in. She's standing in for the Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. We welcome you. And ladies and gentlemen, just to bring things a little bit down, and while we prepare for the next item, let me at this stage invite Emilia's Empire. We had scheduled them to perform yesterday briefly, but it wasn't possible. This morning, let us give you a taste of Emilia's Empire for just a couple of minutes before we proceed.
Thank you. Let's put our hands together for them, please. Let's put our hands together for them. Thank you. And that's from Emilia's Empire Dance, whether you like it or not, part of the curriculum. Education too without dance, leads me to one of the old adages. We say, all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Yeah, but with this, I think it's beautiful tonic to actually energize us. Please put your hands together once more and appreciate the next person sitting close to you. A handshake, a high five from somewhere. If there's somebody sitting close to you and you don't know the person's name, it's your own problem because you're not doing business. May I use this opportunity to appreciate the presence of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. He was here yesterday. He's here today again, refreshed. Dr. Obafemi Hamzat. Let's put our hands together for him. You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much. Your Excellencies, with due respect to the protocol in the House, without much ado, we move into the business of the day and the first plenary for today, which is innovative partnerships and financing models for education in Nigeria, exploring pathways for impact at scale. And we're privileged to have, in no particular order, for this panel discussion, from the forte of NEL Fund, Director Loan Allocation and Distribution, Lami Seidu Suwaid. Let's put the hands together for her as she finds herself to the stage for the panel discussion. We also have Mrs. Olapeju Ibekwe, CEO, Sterling One Foundation. If she's in the house, kindly put your hands together. Mr. Adeni Emmanuel, Coordinator, Alborada Research Fund. Let's please put our hands together for him. That's University of Cambridge and founder, Placement Africa. Let's appreciate him if he's in the house. Is he in the house? Is he in the house? Okay, he's not yet. We have Professor Owunare Ibrahim George Will, Vice Chancellor, University of Port Harcourt. The unique University of Port Harcourt. Let's please put the hands together for him. Let's put our hands together for him, please. Put your hands together for my alma mater, Unique Uniport. If you are not clapping, you're just being jealous. Please put your hands together once more for him. We also have the moderator, Mrs. Rhoda Odibo Kizazi. Let's give her a resounding applause as she takes her place and takes us on this course. Thank you.
Yes, I think we have one more panelist.
Yeah, I
From-
think we that's Mr. Adeni Emmanuel.
He's here.
Okay,
Mr.
he's here.
Ayodeji Okelwumi
Okay.
from DYP.
Is
Yes, sir.
Professor Owunare Abraham George Will here?
No, he's not.
Okay. Then the moderator is here. We have a NEL phone here. Do we have Mrs. Olapeju Ibekwe? Yes, and all right. Thank you so much. We have Mr. Ayodeji Okelwumi, DYP COO. I think we are settled. Is that fine, ma'am?
Very
All right, thank
good.
you.
Thank you.
Let's put our hands together once more and encourage them. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you so much, everyone. I would say all protocols already established, and we'll work with that. Thank you so much, panelists, for joining. I think our panel is primarily about that age-old adage of putting your mouth or your money where your mouth is. And that's what we'll be trying to explore today. I will begin. This is the way it will be structured. We'll have 1 hour and we'll keep to time. First, I would frame this conversation based out of the theme, which is innovative partnerships and financing models for education in Nigeria. Then we'll open up for the panelists to give their reflections on that theme. Following that, we would have specific questions for each of them, just one question for each of you, dear panelists. And then we would close out with any questions you may have if we have time. Thank you so much. So let me start by saying that yesterday the framing was given. We did hear quite a bit from Premium Trust Bank and also from New Globe. And for us, it is really about a conversation that sits at the heart of whether this country, our nation, can truly, truly unlock the potential of our young people. Innovative partnerships and financing models in education in Nigeria is critical for us at this time. And for those of us, and many of them on this panel, who work closely with schools, teachers, ministries, communities, know something that is really clear and very dear to us, that Nigeria is not short of intelligence. No, when Nigeria is not short of potential, globally, everybody talks about Nigerians. And even here, nationally and at the subnational levels, we see Nigerians doing amazing things. So we're not short of intelligence and not definitely short of potential. What we may be short of is systems and maybe the kind of financing and the way we should unlock it to scale some of the solutions that we need to find and solve for and create for and sustain in our country. So we know from yesterday also that we're spending below the benchmark of 30%, 20%, sorry, recommended by UNESCO in education. While that is arguable, whether it's correct to measure ourselves with that benchmark, we still know that there is a global share of GDP that we might still be falling short of. The global guideline says we should be at least at 4 to 6%, right? And this is happening at a time when Nigeria is one of the youngest countries on the planet. We heard yesterday that over 40% of us is below 14. And what that means that Nigerians will eat. You will know what happens with young people. Young people love to eat. So our food bill definitely will be high. And all of this tells us that demand is definitely going to rise exponentially, but financing has to keep pace with it. And at the same time, global education aid is shrinking. And maybe it's a positive thing. It's left for us to decide. We can no longer depend on external support to close our financing gaps. We need to have our homegrown financing solutions that are sustainable. So we must craft them, and then we must think through the blended, innovative approaches that are sustainable, accountable, and that will lead to our ultimate goal, our collective ultimate goal, which is learning outcomes and not actually about the activities. And that is why partnerships matter today, more today than any other point in our history. The government alone, we're sure, cannot fund a system that will serve over 200 million people. And the private sector philanthropy, who we definitely have the opportunity to have on our panel, academia, development partners who are in the room, and communities all have our essential role. So we already see sparks of innovation. We see it with NELFund, we see it with TED Fund, we see it with PPPs, and we see it with impact investment, innovative blended financing, outcome-based financing, community-led reforms that lead to financing. We've seen them. So there are signs that Nigeria is ready to move from pilots to pathways. And that's what we are here for. That's what this panel is for. It's not really just a discussion. It's really an invitation for us to finance the future we say we want to see, to put our money where our mouth is, to build mechanisms that will help us to scale beyond political cycles. And it's my honor to start with this panel with, these great minds here, and let us see how we can contribute to shaping the steps we take to this destination. So, ably represented by the CEO of NELFund, Mr. Akintunde Sawyer, we have the amazing Hadia Lami, who is the Director of Loan, Allocation, and Distribution. Now, Madam Hadia, we will begin with you. We've heard a lot about what NELFund does, and we know that NELFund is now considered one of Nigeria's boldest attempts at solving financing barriers for post-secondary education. What lessons would you say have emerged from its rollout that can inform broader national financing reforms?
Thank you very much. Good morning. Permit me to stand on existing protocol. I will be representing my MD this morning. He would have loved to be here. He's very passionate about education and also what we do at NELFund. But unfortunately, he had other pressing meetings that he had to attend to. At Nelfund, I would say this is one of the boldest reforms that we've seen in a long time in the country. Honestly, when I was called by Rhoda that I was going to be a panelist today, I was excited. One, because I didn't toe the line of education. I didn't become a lecturer, but education is very important to me. I can spend my last kobo to see that a child goes to school even before I started work at Nelfund. I was a banker before I joined Nelfund. But when the opportunity came for me to join Nelfund, I said, this is the opportunity for me to contribute my quota. So this is something that resonates with me and I'm very passionate about. Of course, the rollout has been successful. When we started in 2024. We've been in existence for a little more than a year, and so far, so good. If you look at what we have done so far at Nelfund, our disbursement is almost 100 billion if you look at institutional charges. But if you put in the upkeep, is more than 150 billion that we have done from our existence to date. So it's no mean feat, and it's a very expensive project for government. The lessons we've learned over the period of existence is one, good data is very important. You can't exist without the data. One of our earliest discoveries is that you cannot finance education effectively without solid data. When we came on board, student records were fragmented. Institutional data was also inconsistent, and the national data did not speak to themselves. So everybody was working in silos. But for us to be able to provide data system, and also plan effectively, we need a unified national data. Because without it, planning will just be guesswork. We can't plan effectively with data. And even now, as we are now at Nelfund, because there is no unified data, it's very difficult for us to say, okay, in the face of their resources, because whether we like it or not, the resources are scarce. So for us to say, okay, can we just channel these resources to those that are really, really needy? So because data is not really there available, it's very difficult to do that. So what we do now is everybody applies and everybody gets it. So even if you can really afford it, your parents can afford it, we can't ration because the data isn't just there. Number two, financing must connect directly to employability. This is very, very important. Our model is not to fund education. It's not just to pay fees. It's also to ensure that by the time you graduate, that certificate can earn you a job, a good one at that, and you can also contribute to the development of Nigeria. It's very, very important. So we must link financing to programs that produce skills, jobs, and economic participation. Not just enrollment. What we are doing currently is every courses can apply. It's going to be a very tough conversation that we are likely going to have in the course of the years. To say that, okay, can we look at those courses that if we finance them, the jobs may be there readily for them, such that they can quickly contribute and also pay those loans. So it's going to be a very tough conversation, but I'm sure within the course of the years, in the future, we are likely going to have that conversation. So it's not going to be an all-comers market, sort of. Technology is a game changer. For us at Nelfund, everything from start to finish is about technology. When you are applying, you don't get to know anybody, you don't see anybody. You don't need to know anybody. Yes. It's one of the most transparent programs, honestly, that I've seen in this country. I remember last year, there's a nephew of mine that wanted to apply for the loan. So when he went to apply, unfortunately, he didn't see his name. He couldn't apply. So he was all over the place. Oh, but he even told his friends My aunt works there, so I'm just going to call her and then she's going to do it for me. So he called me. I didn't know I was on speakerphone. He said, Mommy, I've applied, but I couldn't apply, sorry, but is there anything you can do? I said, no, just go to your school. Apparently, the data submitted to us, your name wasn't there. So that's why you couldn't apply. But just go back to the school. Once they do the right thing, they upload the data, you will be able to apply. And he did that. And I told him, I said, tell your friends that they don't need to know anybody to apply. You don't need to know anybody. It's a very, very transparent system, honestly. And I'm very proud to be a part of it. So what it does, what the national lesson for this is simple. Digitization strengthens trust, increases reach across any financing program. Number 4, collaboration is very, very important. It's too important. We need to collaborate. We can't work in silos. At NELFund, when we started, like I said, the data was fragmented. So we had to collaborate with NIMSI to get NIN. We had to collaborate with JAM to get all those data in. And that's why we were able to get a single, we had to develop an API so that those systems will be speaking to those systems. And it made the application very seamless, for the students. So it's very, very important that we collaborate. Number 5, one of the lessons, of course, is support works better than blanket subsidies. Means testing helps us identify vulnerable students clearly. Like I said earlier, this is in the works. We've not been able to do it effectively because of the data, the absence of national data. That will show you that indeed these are indigent students. So you're going to ration your resources according to need. We've not been able to do that effectively, but it's something that is a lesson that we must also take home and also work on it, such that our resources, our scarce resources, go to those who really need it. Finally, sustainable financing requires blended models. Government cannot fund post-secondary education alone. We know that Rhoda has also said it yesterday. It was also, and that is what this program is all about, the Gown and Town. Combining public funding, repayments, and partnerships points to a blended finance future for Nigeria. This is a direction national reforms must take if you want to scale and sustainability. So in essence, NELFund rollout is proving that with good data, strong technology, clear accountability, and genuine partnerships, Nigeria can build a financing system that expands opportunity for millions. Thank you.
Please, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing so transparently and really just grounding us in those insights. It's very important for us to know that even at NELFund and the amount of money that has gone into it, there are still lessons to be learned. And that's a good example for us that we are continuously building and learning along the way to stay consistent and to stay relevant to the experiences that we want to see our people have. We do have another panelist who is not present, but he was so kind to send his responses, and I would share that after we go through all the panelists here, and that would be the Honorable Commissioner for Lagos State, Honorable Tolani Ali Balogun. He has sent his responses, and I'll take some time to read out his question and his response, because we've just heard from the national level. It's very important for us to hear at the sub-national level what they're doing. So Peju, I'll come to you, because philanthropy, and we talked about blended innovative financing models. And we do know what One Sterling Foundation has been doing, and we would like to know, I think, that what we know about philanthropy is that philanthropy tends to fund small pilots. And please correct us if we're wrong with that statement. What would it then take, if true, for foundations like yours to co-create scalable, sustainable, systemic education models with governments?
Thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just reintroduce myself and the hats I wear. So my name is Olakweju Ibekwe. I'm the CEO of Sterling One Foundation. Sterling One Foundation is a registered not-for-profit organization that is affiliated to a financial institution in Nigeria, Sterling Bank. And you just talk about philanthropic capital and how we can blend this finance. It is worthy to note that as Sterling One Foundation, we see ourselves as conveners and catalysts. It's on the basis of that that we birthed the Africa Social Impact Summit 4 years ago. We currently co-convene it, and interestingly, we have Lagos State as the host city partner for that convening. This convening seeks to achieve 3 major things. Number 1, catalyze multi-level, multi-sectoral partnerships for critical sectors. Number 2, attract impact investments into scalable solutions. And blended finance is one of such investments. And finally, policy advocacy. While I'm standing on existing protocols, I must sincerely appreciate the Nigerian Governors Forum because they have been consistent technical partners at the Africa Social Impact Summit with focus on the bold actions session on education. And here's why. As we speak, that platform is evolving into a business coalition to attract different types of capital to scale work being done in the education sector in the country. As we speak, we already have some form of commitment of about $1.4 million for the private sector to match, that's matching funds, targeted at foundational learning in the education sector. You were talking about what it takes. It is already being done. So we are not just planning it. And we have various private sector organizations that have already indicated interest in being a part of this coalition to scale the funds that are being used to address the major challenge we have on the country right now. With over 10 million children out of school in Nigeria, we are basically looking forward to a disaster. Whatever security challenges we have now will be child's play compared to what we are looking to get in the future if we have 10 million Nigerians with limited or no numeracy or literacy skills. What foundation can we build on? This is the reason why we believe not just us, but actually every stakeholder in this room, we need to prioritize. And I love what Madam said, that she had been investing in it. I think now is a time for us to not just say government should, or even private sector should. All of us are responsible for education of any children within our sphere of influence. And at Sterling One Foundation, this is a cause we are championing, not just championing, bringing the stakeholders together across the public sector, private sector, and the development ecosystem. But beyond this, also putting these partners together via finance and via technical knowledge. Because it is one thing to have the money, it is another thing to have the technical skills to deliver on the outcomes you require. And we are also in partnership with the Education Outcomes Fund, and they're looking to launch next year in partnership with Lagos State Government. Please let me put your hands together for the Lagos State Government. It is, I can't hear those hands, hallelujah. It is innovation that is coming into Nigeria, where we have funding, and the fund is $25 million in partnership with Lagos State Government, and Lagos State Government has also committed over $2 billion to match funds, and they're looking to work with the private sector, and various private sector organizations are already indicating interest. This is looking to be launched January next year. These innovations are already happening. To your question, and Sterling One Foundation is right in the center of it. We will be interested in working with organizations that are looking to catalyze accurate data in Nigeria across different platforms, including this. She's already mentioned the challenge of data. There is so much you can do to solve a problem if you do not have the accurate data to even define the scope and the depth of that problem. And we'll be glad to work with organizations that are working towards that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is exactly the age-old adage of putting your money where your mouth is. Thank you so much for the work that Selin is doing in this direction, and that defeats the statement that philanthropies normally fund small pilots. So that's just shattering that table. Thank you for that. I think I would love to move to you, Mr. Deniyi. Definitely coming from the private sector as well, and a research center which you're leading. And you're also the founder of Placement Africa. So a little bit about what you do there. But really, with your work with Cambridge and Africa Partners, what research to policy models? We just heard a lot about data needs. So what research to policy models can strengthen sustainable financing decisions in Nigeria?
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. Yes, my name is Adeni Emmanuel. I currently sit within the Strategic Partnership Office at the University of Cambridge, and we have a program called Cambridge Africa Program. One of the initiatives that that's one of our flagship initiatives is what we call the Alborada Research Fund, which basically funds research between Cambridge researchers and African researchers. And we commit somewhere around £500,000 every year to this kinds of collaboration. And yes, I must say that funding, the lack of funding or funding scarcity is a global phenomenon. It's not special to Nigeria. In fact, you will see in the news that quite a number of UK universities are talking about this. And some of them have resolved to cutting their staffs. Some have resolved to reducing their research quantity, right? So this is something that is here to stay. And by the side of that, all of that happening, there's also a subtle reevaluation by industry of what the real quality, the real value of education is. For those of us who follow emerging trends in education, especially higher education, there are questions coming to us every day about what exactly is the value of education, what exactly, what do we expect from graduates, right? And what does outcome look like? And all of these are all pointing to one fact, which is the fact that everything must be outcome-based. At the end of the day, what quality of graduates are we producing? How are they able to sustain themselves? And then what kind of pathways are we providing for them after university? So you asked questions about Placement Africa. So I was in Cambridge with a few others, and we sat down and we talked about this situation around young people who study abroad from Harvard, Cambridge, Oxford, and all of these universities. And we wanted to we asked the question, are there any form of transition pathways for these young people if they want to go back to the continent to work? For many of them, the answer was no. There was interest. A lot of people wanted to come back to Nigeria to do some work, come back to Ghana, and not just Nigerians, go back to South Africa, for instance, but there's just no pathway. And so when we started Placement Africa, that was the direction. We wanted to support young people's transition back to the continent. We wanted to reverse the brain drain issue. And we started working with stakeholders in private sector, government sector, higher education sector to see how can we begin to bring this graduate back? How can we begin to diversify the pool of young people that work in Nigeria and bring in a few more diaspora talent? And yeah, it's going really well so far. But then I wanted well, back to your main question, which is the research to policy model. Well, I think based on what I have seen personally and what we see around the world as best practice, we know that when research is co-owned, when the agenda of research is co-owned, then the outcome is better. And co-owned, especially between government and academia, because then we're saying research policy. So the research sits in academia, policy sits within government. So And I believe, in fact, that is the holistic way to view research. If you ever view research without that translation into policy, then you're just talking about books without impact. So that connection itself is the most important element of research. However, we are seeing data continuously showing that our colleagues in academia often are not the best at communicating their research impact in the way that is directly translatable to policy. For instance, what we are seeing is that a lot of us in academia, we are better at writing for our fellow academics. We imagine that those that will read our work are people who read a lot of journals. But the people we really need to read the impact of our work or to translate our work into some level of impact are people in the public sector. Some of them have never really finished reading one journal. There are people who do it for them anyways, but for most of them, you need them to be able to make some initial sense from what we write. And that's why there's one particular initiative I came across within Cambridge, which is whenever we have students finish their research project, we ask them to rewrite it as essays, targeting different audience. So how do you describe this research to a primary school child? How do you rewrite this essay in a way that a child in primary school will understand it? Rewrite this essay in a way that a public policy maker will understand it. So you see the same research, but there are different essays to describe the same work in a way that these people will best translate it within their domain. That being said, so there's need to enhance capacity in how we communicate the outcome of research. This is important, right? And then the last one I wanted to say, which is, well, and I must say this first, even before saying the last one, I came across a very interesting statistic recently that showed that the University of Cambridge, as one university, a public university, actually generates more gross value added to the UK economy than the Premier League. I thought it was really interesting. Apparently, the Premier League generates somewhere around £9.8 billion to the UK economy every year. And one university called the University of Cambridge generates £28.9 billion to the UK economy. But while I say that, I know you are probably already imagining how much they charge for fee. But the fact that you asked that question is also revealing that you are a bit short-sighted when you look at the value chain of higher education. It's really beyond the fees. It's really beyond what we charge as tuitions. And connecting that to research, I think it's really important for us to re-imagine what we call the pathway of research. In Nigeria right now, a number of us, what we see as the final endpoint is some sort of publishing, right? But what I see in our university is from master's level, when you're doing a research, you're already getting mentorship to show if your research has some potential to become a patent, for instance. You rarely hear this around here. And so when I say the University of Cambridge generates 4 times what the Premier League generates, not just tuition, I'm talking patents, I'm talking discovery research, I'm talking startups, I'm talking spin-offs that comes from that one university and the value they add to the economy. Cambridge is currently called the Silicon Valley of Europe. And the reason is not because they charge a lot of fee, it's really because they think about the research pathway end to end. Not just, in fact, it doesn't just stop at policy, it also goes into products. Products that our society can use, products that can in turn bring money back into the system. And if I can say, Rhoda, lastly, that money or funding is only one of the currencies in education. It's only one of the many currencies in education, especially in higher education. I particularly have seen so many successful projects happen without money ever being involved. So we need to reimagine especially some of the things we call the models we know. The most popular these days is the public-private partnership model, which is indeed successful in some ways, but we must also reimagine what the endpoint for those partnerships look like, and also what are the roles of these actors, the public, the private, and of course the universities. How is the private sector contributing? For most of the PPP models I've seen within Nigerian context, the private sector is often perceived as the money bringer, the ones that bring the money in. But that's a bit short-sighted as well, if you reimagine that, because within that private sector is also skills. Within that private sector is data. Within the private sector is awareness of the skills gap in the industry. And we must begin to think about that as well as a contribution, not just money. Not just that we want to work with the bank, and so what we need from them is money. No, sit down with us. What are the skills gap? How can we collaborate? Before money even comes into the picture. I'd like to stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. You said so much. And we definitely would like to hear from one or two people. So just hold on to your questions while we go through everyone here. Paige, you just want to check with you. Are you still good to continue with the panel, or because she has a flight to catch?
Oh.
I'm just checking in with you. You're good. Okay. All right. So over to you, Mr. Ayodeji Okeomi, CEO, COO, Chief Operating Officer, Discover Your Potential. Sorry about that, DYP. We heard a lot from Mr. Denny, these pathways from the tertiary, these opportunities, these, open doors, these patents, a lot came out from there. And I do know quite a bit about what DYP does. Maybe you could share a bit. My question to you is about financing and keeping the pace. And how do you think with innovative financing pathways can support the kind of work that DYP does, particularly in transferable skills post-secondary education?
Okay, thank you very much, Rhoda, for the question. First of all, a brief about what DYP does. DYP stands for Discover Your Potential. And in that, we consider that most of the time we look at the grand scale of education. We decided to look at the nitty-gritty, the foundation of what a person actually is. And then we began to review things like your original or natural potential. What are you actually built to do? What are you capable of doing? Most of the time, people end up in the wrong courses, or you end up studying, you end up studying the wrong courses, or you end up studying or working in the wrong industry because you did not even understand yourself. And so we've evolved over the last 10 years from psychometric evaluations and assessments to be able to help the individual discover, to moving on to helping institutions to be strengthened, to be able to deploy and develop these same assessment methods. And we've worked in collaboration with quite a number of organizations that most of us here will know on scales that have been local and national and regional, as it were. We worked with Lagos Business School, Coca-Cola, Ovie Brume Foundation, and a lot of other organizations to support them in developing and deploying these things, right from even from conferences and workshops that they have with university students, pre-university students, and even NYSC Youth Corps members who sometimes get lost in this discussion about education. We tend to believe that they have reached the summit of their own education, but no, it is from there that they end up going for master's degrees and other higher level tertiary education programming. And so while we've been at this, some of the things that we have discovered are critical. Number one, when it comes to partnership, we have realized that if industry does not sit at the table at the rudimentary sessions of education in Nigeria, what you will have is that you will have education will be practically sitting at 5 years behind the market. So whatever you are learning, unfortunately, becomes irrelevant. And so we're talking about continuously catching up. Secondly, we also have discovered that without introducing real life into education, what we find is that graduates become certifiable but unemployable. And so what is the purpose of having an educated but unemployable graduate? And so we've worked through these systems to be able to say, what are these fundamental, rudimentary things that will support the excellence that we are looking for? On this panel, most people have talked about data. Without you cannot grow what you cannot measure. It is not possible. You will just keep roaming around, throwing money at issues that you don't necessarily have to throw money at. And so therefore we begin to waste it and end up in things with sunk cost fallacy, for instance. And so we at DYP believe in extensive measurement. And so we go through assessments, both for the learners, assessments for those who are teaching them, assessments for the curriculum that has been deployed, assessments for the institutions that are managing this process. And we find that the clearer the data you have, the more accessible the data you have, the easier it will be for you to attract the right partners. But when there's a saying, a common saying in Nigeria, they say Nigeria does not have data. But it's not true. Nigeria has loads of data, critical data. The challenge, however, is accessing that data. The Nigerian Bureau of Statistics put out data from time to time and statistics, but it sometimes just it's a WhatsApp status update. You know, it doesn't go beyond an Instagram trend for a little bit. But we need to incorporate data to make education real. The second thing is trust. Where partnership comes in, oftentimes we find, with regards to the town and gown, we find that there is distrust in the intentions of industry when it comes to education and academia. The thought process sometimes is, well, you think you know better than we, or okay, you want to take over what we are doing, or you are here to introduce some sort of agenda that is not within what we are planning. And so that trust is important for us to establish, you know, and that trust can only come with clarity of purpose, clarity of decision, clarity of communication. The third thing we've discovered is this: education should not be for today. Education must be for tomorrow. And so we at DYP think about future-proofing education, so that when you are graduating after 4 years from university, you are not just a certificate. You are actually walking into a relevant field where you are able to perform effectively. And so we run a few programs. We've run them in Mozambique, in South Africa, in different parts of West Africa, and of course in different states in Nigeria, from Abuja, where we are right now, the FCT, all over to Imo State, Lagos, and so on and so forth. And I'll give you a practical example of one of the programs that we've actually run that helps us rethink the levels of partnership. We run the My Robot program, where children from all ages, well, let's say we start them from preschool all the way to post-secondary, are brought to an intensive and extensive curriculum where they are able to build robots. Yes, here in Nigeria, to build robots, to be able to have, you have a kit that helps you construct about 20 types of robots. And you have a curriculum that is grade level. So for primary, pre-primary, junior primary, senior primary, JSS and SS, and even post-secondary for those who are in between school and going into education, which sometimes, TVET and all that comes in. And what does this program do? It creates, we say that what it does is it helps you access the kind of skills and thinking that you will not get in the traditional classroom. And we're talking about skills like spatial thinking, computational thinking, spatial awareness, self-reflection. Because when you're building, you are constructing the robot, you are making decisions. So it's like problem solving in action. You're building, you're constructing, and you are rethinking. You are reviewing, you are upgrading, you are learning to code at the same time. You are learning from scratch with Scratch. You are learning all the way to Python. And this is happening currently. Unfortunately, it's happening in private schools where the population there's a disparity between the public and the private schools. But we are looking at democratizing this so that there is easy and continuous access to everyone. And when we think about this, if you are able, recently I watched a short documentary about 17, 18, 19-year-olds in South Africa who built an airplane. An airplane, not a toy, not a model, a plane that flew and carried passengers. 17-year-olds. I think what happens a lot of times that we underestimate our young people. We do not think that they are capable because of the socioeconomic situation we find ourselves. We underestimate our young people. And they are far more capable than we think. And so we are looking at future-proofing our education so that in the world of autonomous vehicles, Nigeria can play a role. Right. We're looking at in the world of robots and robotic maids and staff that is happening in China, in India, in Singapore. Nigerians can play a role. And finally, if you say a partnership, what would the DYP, for instance, need partnership for? There is a global competition, a robotics competition, that every year we try to get a Nigerian team to go to a place like Singapore, sometimes, or Korea. It depends on where it's holding. And where you get to meet so many individuals of like mind and who have gone through the exact same curriculum. And we find that sometimes some of these things are a bit difficult, from visa challenges to funding, to financing these trips, but they are always eye-opening. So education must go beyond what happens in the classroom. We must begin to think of how education will integrate itself into the world of work. Because what is the real, and by so doing, and I end with this, we should ask ourselves, what is the purpose of education? What exactly is it? What is the profile of the student that we want in Nigeria? If we are able to define that, and I'm very grateful to the Federal Ministry of Education, they recently revamped the curriculum. And so effort is there, effort is being made, and everyone who is sitting here wants to be a part of that. So when we think about it, what do we want to achieve? If we have that frame, if we have the framework, we are able to deploy.
Thank you.
Outside, we have a stand, and you can see the robots.
What a good way to plug that in. Thank you so much. Yeah, that was a lot also to take in. But we must give the audience, even one person who has a burning question, please, if you do, I might only take only one person. I've been given the signal that we have just 10 minutes left, but I must read the question for the Honorable Commissioner for Education in Lagos. And his question was that Lagos has successfully implemented or experimented and implemented with PPPs and blended financing for schools. What are the key ingredients that make these partnerships work? And he shares a list with us, and I'm going to go ahead and read it on his behalf. He says, number one, leadership drive and commitment. Lagos is committed to positive societal changes. Lagos loves innovation, creativity, and initiatives that focus on those sort of ideas. And he says that since the creation of Lagos State in 1967, Lagos has been blessed with excellent leadership that believes in education as the engine for social change. His second point is around policy, education policy. The Lagos State's education policy of free education from pre-primary, primary, and junior and secondary, senior secondary schools has enabled access to education for children. And third, he says that sustainability of education policy and its continuity, including improvements, have also helped them a lot to experiment with PPPs and blended financing models. And he says this has been going on since 1999. And fourth, that Lagos prioritizes education, as said earlier, as an agent of change, a necessity good of the present and the future. Hence the themes plus agenda of His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, in which education and technology is the third pillar. And then he talks about the yearly budget. And then he says the yearly budgetary town meeting is done to identify community needs. And they identify those needs so that they know how to target school infrastructure, for example, and other things. And that with this budgetary and financial planning, they end up focusing on education governance, which is critical for them. And he says that commitments to continuous development of school infrastructure within a space of 2 years has helped them to move from 651 junior and senior secondary schools to 700, meaning they have built additional 49 schools. And that Lagos is proactive in creating an education governance planning. And he gives an example where he says that the inclusion of ICT as a subject in the national curriculum was ignited and bankrolled by Lagos State, including the procurement of textbooks and states. And he ends with that the fact that they established strong relationships and synergy with stakeholders, a broad range of stakeholders, especially in education financing, has been very helpful for them, and that the consciousness of public demands for school infrastructure particularly is very important to Lagos, and they've made sure that they focus on that. And those are his feedback related to this question. Anybody with a burning question for any of the panelists? Okay, I see that burning question hand. So if you could be very sharp and go straight to the point, we would love it. Thank you. Can we get the microphone to him, please? Please stand up, okay.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentations by all the panelists. My name is Professor Ayal Allah. I'm the Honorable Commissioner, Basic and Secondary Education, Sokoto State. I want to start with NELFund. You have clearly indicated the importance of data as far as any informed policy decision is concerned. So if that is the case, why didn't you pursue data collection before commencing implementation of your program so as to ensure that correct students and beneficiaries are captured and they benefit? Now, another thing I want to ask, considering the fact that if you look at what Nigeria is operating, that is a federal character system. And you said that this scholarship or sponsorship is open for national competition. Now, when you open it to national competition, there are so many students who are, well qualified. And they have all the necessary requirements in terms of the skills, the subjects, the disciplines we are talking about, but they are not fully aware of it. And then you open it to national competition. So I don't know, how do you think this will really help those who are not aware, particularly those who are far away, from the center? I think we need to know that. Then I want to also ask the Stalin, we are very happy. The Stalin Foundation, I was in Lagos. I attended one of the summit you organized. But then we in the Far North, we're not really, attuned to our activities. We like to work with you, but we don't know your protocols. We don't know your requirements. I think it's important if you can really let every state, in Nigeria understand fully your requirements, your protocols, so that we'll start, linking up with you and see how we can benefit, from your good work. The Samson Discover Your Potentials. You said you conduct a number of assessments. We'd love to know what type of techniques do you use in order to ensure that you help students, to harness their potentials, so that we can also apply that to our, upcoming students, particularly from secondary schools. And then what are you really doing? Because yesterday, even though we didn't have, opportunity to ask questions, the presentations that were made, a lot of talk, was made on we Nigerians emphasizing more on certificates than on skills and knowledge. Now, it's good we have you discover your potentials. What are you doing to de-emphasize on the use of certificates rather than talent? And how do you sell it to all other states so that we can also begin to join that campaign of making sure that, let's see the value in the knowledge and skills rather than the certificates. And this is a very common thing. Even among the elite, you find everybody wants his child to go and study engineering, medicine, law, all other professional courses. But he is more concerned about the certificates, not the knowledge and the skills acquired by the children. Because normally when there is any advertisement for a job, you find that those who really have the knowledge and skills may not have the opportunity because they lack the necessary link. And then the last thing I want to ask is on the policy research models. Thank you so much. Being in the academics, we are concerned about the issue of research. And I just want to ask you one question. What relevant development-driven researches can you suggest to us so that we begin to go back to our colleagues in the university? Because that is the missing link. You see, when you want to have real, development, there must be a link between private sector and our tertiary institutions. The private sector will come up with different researches, and they will sponsor the university or tertiary institution to conduct the research. At the end of the research, then the researchers will be, returned back to the companies or private sector, which will, later, come up with different products, different creations that will be sold to the public. But that link is completely missing. If you come to Nigeria, if you go to other countries, that is exactly what is happening. And that's why you find that professors who are really knowledgeable and experienced in particular fields of studies, they always have one thing or the other to do. They even sponsor students, but that is missing in Nigeria. So I don't know, what are you doing in order to mobilize our private sector to make sure that also start coming off with these research, topics, research-driven development issues, and they take them to the universities and other tertiary institutions so that researches could be conducted, and then they harness them for the betterment of the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. He is an Honorable Commissioner of Education. What did you expect? the greatest teachers, educators are the greatest learners and the greatest question askers. So thank you so much for questioning every panelist. And their panelists, please, we do not have time to take, I see one burning hand, but we do not have so much time. So if you could quickly, sharply respond to his main questions to each of you. In 1 minute, please. I hope that will be satisfactory. And then, yes, let's do that for now. And we'll see if we'll check if we're allowed to take that second question.
So from his questions, I understand you have 2 questions for Nelfund. He has 2 questions for Nelfund. First is why we didn't gather the necessary data before we started. We did, but like I said, we don't have a central data system in the country. So all the data were fragmented. You know, you'll find data here and there. It's not like, just like my co-panelist said, it's not like there's no data, so to speak. But you can't just go to, lay your hands on something, at your go, just say, okay, this is what I'm looking for. And then you find it at one place. So we had to do a lot. And of course, at the initial stage, some of the data that we're looking for were not there. But we worked with the university community. We worked with the tertiary institutions, polytechnics, and the colleges of education. And we're able to get the data that we needed. At the initial stage, there would be omissions here and there, but then we've perfected it. If you look at what we have, we forced the tertiary institutions now to even get their acts together, to get their data sorted. So if you see what we have now, the moment they send whatever it is, we are able to upload immediately. So we really don't have the issues of data now as far as data upload with the tertiary institutions is concerned at Nelfund. That has been taken care of. I'm sure you would have worked with the institutions in your states and you would have found that. So it's really something that we've worked on, and we've really were able to get it sorted. And then secondly, you talked about our presence, people not knowing what we do, right? Is that what you asked? You said it's a scholarship. It's not a scholarship. Let me just try and correct that. It's not a scholarship, it's a loan. You are expected to pay after graduation. Is after service year, you have 2 years moratorium, and then when you get a job, you pay. It's one of the flexible loans that I've seen in this in my life, because even when you graduate after 2 years, you are not mandated until you get employed. So it's really flexible. And about our presence, we are really present and we are doing a lot. We do a lot of sensitization. What we were doing, we've been to Sokoto, we've been to all the states in the Northwest. We've done almost everywhere in Nigeria. One of my co-hosts is here, one of my hosts is here, the Honorable Commissioner for Edo State. You can also invite us. Even though we've been to Sokoto, I think about 2 or 3 times, but you can still invite us, we'll still go there. So we are doing a lot of sensitization, we're doing a lot of awareness campaign. And honestly, what we are seeing, we're doing a lot of traction. We've gotten a lot of traction. I just want to read out what we have here. Since we started in terms of
don't have so much time.
We've done over 4 billion. So there's a lot of sensation going on. We are a work in progress and we'll continue to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think he's generally saying we should get Nelfund more out in the media, more people, more engagement. I think that's what he's looking for. So DYP, do you want to respond to the skills, competencies, the assessments?
I think, would you like me to go?
Okay.
He asked about Sterling.
Okay, Sterling.
Sterling One Foundation. You can easily reach us on info@onefoundation.ng. I'll take that again. INFO. If info@onefoundation.ng. We will be glad to work with as many sub-nationals as are interested in possibilities of catalytic financing, matched funding, blended finance to address foundational learning, and of course, TVET. Thank you.
Thank you. Very proud of our homegrown blended financing solution.
All right, I'll be quick about this. And if you are not satisfied, we can have a discussion after this. But we conduct psychometric personality assessments. We have learning style profiling, career guidance and pathways that we also review. And we also look at strengths and needs analysis for individuals or for students. And of course, for schools and workforce, we look at teacher competence mapping. We look at the audits for the organization or the institution. And we also look at school improvement and readiness assessments that we also join and work with. Of course, with the state, we are looking to run statewide regional learning diagnostics to be able to not only strengthen institutions, but help in policy formation and deployment. Then the next thing you said was about certificates. Yes. So what we do is we continue consistently to encourage that the children, while they're in school, or whether you're in primary or you're in secondary, we begin to have things along the lines of the project-based learning approach, where you are actually deploying projects. You are building skill that is relevant to real life or society, right? And then those skills are rewarded as a function of, we reward them as a function of being integrated into the school system directly. Another way that we can also do this is by promoting young people to get life skills, right? All the soft skills, the socioeconomic skills that they need to be able to stand in society. Right now, you have young people in the US who are, by the time they're 15 or 16, they're about to get a temporary job at McDonald's or something, you ask for their CV, and they put a lot of things that they have done, while during the holidays, while holiday in school, so holiday jobs and so on and so forth. By the time you see their CV, it's full. We want that to be the case, where you are not just a certificate, you are a product, or you have been an experienced learner.
We have been asked to end our panel, but just give you 1 minute or 30 seconds to quickly make that point, and then we can round up.
Yeah. So I think I just want to leave an advocacy message, really, and which is to our higher education stakeholders in the room and NELFund. So in the UK, I know there is a policy for checking employability ratio among universities. I think there's a gap here in Nigeria. Our universities and higher institutions of learning do not track what really happens to their graduates after graduation, especially the first 5 years of their lives. And if we think of education as a pathway, we need to know if that pathway is successful beyond the degree that we have given them. And so, especially in connection with the national loan system that NELFund is launching, I think it's important for us to know what universities, how graduates perform when they leave universities. So what I know for the UK is, if your university has a very low employability rate of graduates, students in your university has lower chances of accessing those student loans. Okay? And so we might begin to think about these ways also, because this is how you make systems effective. You put inbuilt monitoring and evaluation tools within those systems. So this is just my advocacy, really. We need to check these things and monitor as much as we can. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. One thing I didn't do was to introduce myself. So my name is Rhoda Odibo. I'm CEO at Kizazi. Kizazi is a global nonprofit that works with governments to design innovative breakthrough school programs. And I'm also the convener of the first Pan-African Convening on Social and Emotional Learning. Thank you for listening to us, and thank you, dear panelists, for your insightful responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's give the discussants another round of applause. Great one. You know, very stimulating. And I must say, I've learned a few things here. It's stunning to discover. I think it was one of the discussants, Mr. Adeni, I believe, who disclosed that the University of Cambridge does generate GVA almost 4 times what the Premier League generates. And incredible as that sounds, I checked it out. It's quite true. Well, we keep learning every day. Thank you once more. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to acknowledge the presence here of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai, who's with us here. We welcome you. Thank you so very much. Just a couple of announcements, quick announcements here. This would be of interest to you. It is the first 500 participants who register with Premium Trust Bank at their booth. That's during the lunch break. The first 500 participants who register with Premium Trust Bank will have their accounts credited. Well, I'm sure that's very interesting for you. So, but please, this would be during the lunch break. We don't want half of the hall filing out now to go to the booth of Premium Trust Bank. But just have that at the back of your mind during the lunch break, that the first 500 who register with Premium Trust Bank, they have the booth out there, will have their accounts credited. Right, thank you. Well, another announcement, this for the participants, those who paid for certificates of participation and certificate of membership. They're required to write down their names with proof of payment at the registration desk. This is to facilitate their certificates being sent to them. For those who paid for certificates of participation and certificate of membership, just put down your names right at the registration desk. This is to facilitate the sending of your certificates to you. Thank you so very much. And then 2 other quick announcements. If there is a Mr. John Adeleke in the hall, please see me immediately. It's extremely important and urgent. John Adeleke, very urgent. Please see me immediately after this announcement. Thank you very much. Thank you once again. And just a quick reminder for those who will be taking some time out during lunch break to register with Premium Trust Bank. You can expect that your accounts will be credited. Thank you once more. Francis, what's next on the lineup?
Thank you so much. Will we please put the hands together once more for Premium Trust? You see, the moment they mention money, everybody alert. So please, it's not easy. And for NGF, it's a beautiful thing. That alliance is very, very key. And that's all about leveraging public-private sector partnership, which is one of the highlights of this event. Without much ado, may I now invite for his remarks His Excellency Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker, Federal House of Representatives, ably represented by Dr. Mabel Aderonke, the Special Advisor to the Deputy Speaker on Strategic Communication. Let's give her a resounding applause as she comes onto the stage. Thank you. Is that the best you can do? Even ladies, for your own.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to stand on the already established protocol, but I must, as a matter of duty, if I still want my job, recognize the Senate President of the 10th National Assembly, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCON, who was ably represented by the Chief Whip of the Senate, Distinguished Senator Muhammad Tahir Mangoni. I must also recognize the Chairman of the Nigerian Governors Forum, His Excellency Abdurrahman Abdurazak. Also the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Oluwafemi Hamzat. The Deputy Governor of Enugu State, Barrister Ifeanyi Osai. The Commissioner for Education in Edo State, Dr. Paddy Iyamu. My very supportive colleague, the Special Assistant to the Deputy Speaker House of Representatives on Youth Affairs, international organizations, commissioners, permanent secretaries here present. Ladies and gentlemen, the words that will come out of my mouth in some few seconds now are the words of the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Okeze-Kalu, PhD, CFR. Thank you. I bring you warm compliments from the People's House, the Solution Hub of the National Assembly, the House of Representatives. It is an honor to stand before this distinguished gathering today at the 2025 Nigeria Education Forum. I commend the leadership of the Nigeria Governors Forum for convening this platform, which I believe is timely, necessary, and critically urgent. For far too long, the town, which exemplifies our industries, markets, and private sector, and the gown, which typifies our universities, polytechnics, and research institutes, have operated at parallel lines, rarely meeting. The result is a paradox. We have graduates without jobs and industries without skilled manpower. We have research papers gathering dust on shelves, while businesses import solutions from abroad. This forum challenges us to break that silence. It challenges us to treat education not as a social service to be managed, but as an economic investment to be optimized. The three core agendas of this forum: expanding access, making learning effective, and mobilizing sustainable financing, are the tripod upon which the future of our youth stands. First, on expanding access and continuity, we must face the hard truth that access to education in Nigeria remains unequal. Millions of our children are still out of school, and for those who are in school, the transition from basic to tertiary education is often a bridge too far. According to UNICEF, 1 in every 5 of the world's out-of-school children is in Nigeria. This is a major challenge. The House of Representatives is committed to legislative interventions that remove these barriers. Agenda 5 of the legislative agenda of the House speaks to this. We are looking at laws that not only mandate enrollment, but also enforce retention. We must ensure that a child born in a rural community has the same educational pathway as a child born in the city. Second, on making learning effective and skills relevant. This is where the synergy between the town and the gown is most critical. Our curriculum cannot be static in a dynamic world. We need the private sector to walk into our lecture halls and say, this is what we need. We need our professors to walk into factories and boardrooms and ask, how can our research solve your problems? The 10th National Assembly support a curriculum revolution, one that prioritizes digital literacy, vocational skills, and critical thinking. We want to see an education system that produces job creators, not just job seekers. Third, on mobilizing sustainable financing, this is the elephant in the room. Government funding alone can no longer carry the weight of our educational needs. We need a paradigm shift. We need to explore innovative financial models, public-private partnerships, education bonds, and endowment funds that are managed with transparency and accountability. The student loan was a bold step by the federal government to ensure that financial constraint is not a barrier to higher education. And we must thank NELFund for their role in determination at actualizing this, making sure our students stay in school. But we must go further. We must incentivize the private sector to invest in education, not just through CSR, but through strategic partnerships that yield mutual returns. Finally, let us move beyond rhetoric. Let us identify specific, actionable pathways. The House of Representatives stands ready to provide the legislative framework to back the resolutions reached here. We are ready to amend laws that hinder university autonomy. We are ready to pass budgets that prioritize impactful education spending. Let this forum be the beginning of a new social contract between the town and the gown. Let us build an education system that works for our economy, works for our people, and works for the future of Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
All right, thank you. Let's put our hands together once more for His Excellency Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, Deputy Speaker, Federal House of Representatives. This moment, she's going to receive an award on behalf of the NGF, on behalf of her principal. May I invite the other special advisor here to come forward, move to the center. I crave the indulgence of the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Deputy Governor of Enugu State, and the Chairman Steering Committee to kindly come forward to present the award to the representative, to the Deputy Speaker, Federal House of Reps. Let's put our hands together for them as they come to do that. The Deputy Governor Enugu, Deputy Governor Lagos, and the Chairman Steering Committee. Let's appreciate them all. Thank you.
Give me context. For the deputy speaker. Well, so congratulations to Right Honorable Benjamin Kalu, Okeze Kalu, CON. He's a great man, CFR. So please help us express our appreciation for championing the cause of education reform, for his unwavering commitment to legislative innovation, ensuring that quality learning becomes the birthright of every Nigerian child. Everywhere he speaks, he talks about this every time. So we want to thank him, and please help us. It's heavy, so congratulations.
Thank you so much. We'll take those pictures. Oh, while they are staying in that post, all the commissioners of education kindly join them to take this picture, this photograph, because we don't know when we'll have this mix again. All the commissioners of education from the various states, just join them. Paparazzi, have a much better angle because it's going to expand. Find your frame. Are we ready, paparazzi? Start counting from 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you so much. While they leave, we crave the indulgence of the Deputy Governor of Enugu State to kindly come forward for his keynote address at once. The Deputy Governor of Enugu State, sir, you just stay back to the pulpit, the podium for your address, keynote, and we'll take it up from there. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together for him on this new assignment. God bless.
The Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Hamzat, the commissioners for education here gathered. I believe the protocol has been well established. I think my remark will be short because essentially a lot has been said about this the topic for this conference, which is actually education financing, the synergy between the town and gown. And as we've been rightly educated this morning, the concept of town and gown has been well established. In Enugu State, you are aware that we aggressively embarked on the construction and establishment of smart green schools across our state. We have 260 electoral wards, and we took the view that each ward should have one. And we are over 85% at the completion rate. Some of our schools have taken off. And of course, we vigorously at different fora try to analyze and explain the value and the purpose for which we embarked on the smart green schools. And as a lot of us will know, the smart green schools we embarked on, they're all powered by 24 hours internet, 24 hours power supply, hospital, and a clinic for kids, a refectory for at least one good school meal, science laboratory, experiential learning system, e-library, mechatronics, augmented reality, and all that you have. These are the embedded qualities and capabilities of the smart green schools. But today's conference is not entirely about what we've done in Enugu State with our smart green schools, but how we as a country and as a people, we synergize financing for education. And a lot has been said, as I said earlier when I started, earlier today and yesterday, about the protocol on how we can make success in financing education. But I think it is time for us, if we are serious, to attract the requisite investment from private sector and other sources to finance education, for us to begin to say in public those things we had always said in private. When I was growing up in Enugu, the University of Nigeria was a hub of the economy in the northern part of Enugu State. We had friends whose parents were lecturers. Some of them will be away for like 3 years, they'll come back with their parents. And while we play football and play as kids, They will tell us how they have been back for a month or two, and their parents are yet to resume work. So we began to inquire, why would your parents or your dad or mom return from studies overseas and are yet to resume work? We discovered that the University of Nigeria in the late 80s will subject your foreign degree if you are a lecturer and you have traveled to Europe or America to do a PhD, a master's program, and you return, they will subject your degree to a re-verification process. In some of the instances, some of those persons with those degrees did not meet the quality of teaching and learning in the University of Nigeria. And they will give them update programs before their training overseas will be qualified to teach in UNN. That happened, I know about it. And I want to believe it would have happened in most of our institutions. We had students from India, we meet them in churches, different parts of Africa, Togo, Cameroon. They call them foreign students. Some of them were eager to learn our local languages. We meet them in churches and all that. But fast forward today, it is now a class thing for all of us to ship our wards to Europe and America to go get education. If I'm that deputy governor that serve my people and administer an education system that I can subject myself and my children to, whose child would I want to go there? And if I can't subject my child to that school, which private sector investor can I, in moral conscience, push hard to invest and support that school system? So that's where we got it wrong, all of us. From those of us that serve, from those of you that teach. Because we have so many lecturers now who send their own children to other schools, leaving the school where they teach. We have primary school teachers, principals of our schools, who send their own children to some private school in one ramshackle building next door, instead of the school where they teach or where their colleagues teach. So when we pay lip service to what we do, we lack the moral authority to encourage people to invest in our education system. We can't pretend about it. So for all of us that serve, from the highest person to the lowest person, we must embrace this truth. When Ayodeji spoke and Emmanuel spoke, they spoke so well. He told us what's happening in Cambridge. They told us how they are trying to train people to discover their potentials. Beautiful. But the confidence, our confidence in our own education system must first of all be restored. If you do not restore confidence in our education system, we lack the moral courage to ask others to trust us. We lack the moral courage to ask private sector investors to trust the quality of research that come out from our institutions. So we can't pretend about this. And it is only when those of us that serve and those of you that work in our institutions, all of us agree that we must put ourselves in the same mold we expect Nigerians to put themselves. That will be when we will start to get it right. That is when all of us will become supervisors of every school. Because if our children are in the same schools that we administer, we cannot stop by any of those schools to know if the teachers are on class. When lecturers stop to sell handouts to students and submit their teaching material to the faculty officer, who probably only charges the students the cost for photocopy. But when you write a mimeograph of 3 pages and you ask students to pay what their parents have not given them for feeding allowance in a month, then you record all those who purchase those materials. Purchasing those materials become qualification to write exams. We're all pretending to each other. Last time I checked, Harvard is not a government-owned institution. So many of the Ivy League universities are not government-owned. They're private-owned. Who told all of us here that we can't turn Nigerian universities to have ranking higher than those schools? Nigeria is known for having the best of brains all over the world. You train doctors in your universities, our universities. They stay in Nigeria in our rural villages, write qualifying exams to work in America and UK, and they all pass from here. You train nurses that are sought after all over the world. You train engineers that drive the economy globally, everywhere. Yet you come home and you create doubt about yourself. That is how it is difficult to find financing from private sector financing for our education. So we must come home looking away from the immediate cause of our problems to the remote cause of our problems. And until we, all of us, subject ourselves to the same education system, we will not be able to deploy the energy and the resources needed to get it right. So I want to thank all of you for your participation. I want to thank the teachers who have continued to work hard under difficult circumstances. I want to thank your administrators who have continued to give in their best, even when we do not thank you enough for the role you play in our society. Know that at each point we don't thank you well, God will thank you more. God bless you all.
Thank you so much. That was from the Coal City. Let's give him another resounding applause. Just one thing caps it all. Protocol on how to achieve success in financing education is the umbrella cap for it. And I think he made a point profoundly at all. Thank you so much. From Coal City, we move over to Nigeria's social melting pot, Lagos. It's time to hear from the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, who knows in the course of his speech will give us a little bit of dirty December right here in Abuja. Let's put our hands together for him and give him a resounding applause as he comes to make his speech. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Governor of Enugu State, thank you very much. All the honorary commissioners from all our states, thank you for what you do. All the stakeholders, panelists, and of course, my brother don't want to follow me to Lagos for 30 December. As I leave, just come. Thank you very, very much. So we're all passionate about education, and but honestly, speaking from my own experience, I went to a primary school in Mushin. It's a public primary school. I went to a secondary school, Oliver Baptist High School in Oyo. I went to University of Ibadan for my BSc and my master's, and then I traveled to Cambridge to do my PhD. Now, what I find always difficult to accept, that seems some of us have also accepted, is that people tell us that, oh, your quality of education is bad, and we accept it. But they are taking our doctors, they are taking our nurses, they are taking our pharmacists, they are recruiting our teachers, and they tell you that your education is bad, and you agree. How reasonable is that? Does that make sense? They tell us that, oh, the quality is falling. But every year, do you know the number of doctors that go? Do you know the number of nurses? People educated here, teachers. So the reality is that what are we measuring as a people? What exactly are we measuring? So because, my brother, one of the panelists, I don't know if he's still here. I wanted to see him. Mr. Ayodeji Okewumi, I don't know if he's still here. I spoke to my brother from Cambridge so that we can review some of the things that he said, but I couldn't see. So, people say, oh, the graduates finish and they are unemployable. What exactly does that mean? I did engineering and I finished my BSc in 1986. So the method that they used to teach us It's the same method they teach you if you go to Cambridge. It's the same method. Is it not their books that we read? Those of us that did engineering then, everybody, thermodynamics, Spalding and Cole, that's what we all read. So how is it that they tell us that it's not, we are not employable? No. Every graduate, what they teach you in the university, especially today, is there anything that they teach us BSc that is not on computer today, on the internet? Nothing. It's how do you find the information within time? So that's why you can do medicine and be a banker. Okay, I mean, the Minister of State for Finance, she's a medical doctor, but she's a finance person. Because she understands how to find the information and how to apply it. So, I don't think that we should measure our education the way we are doing. I think that what are the problems? For me, the problems, especially at the tertiary, is how we run our universities. That for me is a problem. I was telling my brother there that when I was in Canfield, that university as then, between 1991 and 1993 that was there, received zero pounds from government. It's self-funded, that university. Now, how do they do that? So how can we turn our universities in such a way that reliance on government funding will be a bit low, not 100%? How? What do we need to do? Those are the things we need to focus on. What do we need to invest to make sure? Because we have our professors, when they go overseas, they do very well. So they are brilliant. The challenge is not that they don't know what they are doing. The challenge is the system within which they operate. How do we change that system? How do we change? So first of all, how do we make sure that each university is self-governing? How do we make sure that they are self-governing? Because yesterday somebody said that we are creating more universities, but it doesn't seem we care about the quality. One of the panelists, I think a professor, I didn't get the name. But how is that? How is that? When NUC has accreditation teams that goes to all the universities. So they say, oh, you are doing civil engineering. They go there and they check. Do you have the lab? Do you have the teachers? So is it that that process is not good enough? Or what do we need to change? Because we have accreditation teams that visit all these universities to make sure that standards are met. So I think that we should measure our institution within our system, and start comparing with, a solution meant for Bond Street or Wall Street in New York will not work in Oshodi, in Lagos. It will not. Or neither will it work in Karanamuda. It's not going to work. So we should look for local solutions from our university. In 1979, those of us, when Alhaji Jakonde became governor of Lagos State, what do we know? We know that in Lagos then, the military told him, he said, I will make sure that everybody that wants to go to school will go to school. The military administrator said it's impossible. The man said, okay, let's see. In Lagos then in 79, I was in secondary school. We were doing shifts. Some people will come in 7 a.m. to 12 and leave. Some students, others said will come in. So we are doing 2-3 shifts in Lagos. It's a fact. The man came in, started building schools, no window, dust, and everybody. And what he said was that my focus is to make sure that students can hear information from their teachers. I'm not building a house for them to live in. and building that is not, the buildings don't teach. It is the teachers that teach. And that is why a lot of us, and the Commissioner for Education, and I think it's important, we focus on, don't get me wrong, the buildings needs to be good. Don't get me wrong, please. But the common denominator are the teachers. They can be in primary school, secondary school for 25 years. So those are the people that we should train more, invest more in. You know, all of us, we go there 5, 6 years, we are out of primary school, we move on. But those teachers are there. And that's why in Lagos, we said all of them must have a tablet. All these, what you call your teaching lesson plan. So they don't have to worry about it. It's already uploaded there. And we can georeference it. So me as a deputy governor, on my laptop, I can see all my primary schools, all my secondary schools on a computer, and I can determine attendance. How many students are in class 3A today that did arithmetic or mathematics in this primary school? I can check it. Because all the teachers, so those are the things we should focus on. Let's train our teachers so that they can deliver information. Look, the reality is that whether people like it or not, we as Nigerians, I don't know what the issues are, we are very brilliant. When we were in secondary school, some of us, we never saw a discourse. We never saw it practically. But if you wake us up, we describe it fully. That's the way we are. So the reality is that our education system can be better, but don't let us look for wrong things. We must measure the right things. We must make sure that we measure the right things so that we are getting the right things. So how do we get more children into school? The out-of-school children, we need to get them into school. Absolutely correct. Because, I've seen I was discussing with somebody about the UNESCO's mandate of 20 to 25% budget on education. So I've always Googled it. The UK in 2022 is 5%. UK in 23 is 6.7%. It's Germany that is high, like 19%. So why? What happens? What do we do? So those are the issues that we should discuss. But how do we make sure that we get, but for me, in terms of the quality of education, I also teach, and I was discussing with somebody, our universities need to get involved into online training more. So if you look at MIVA University, MIVA University, online in Abuja here, their student population is over 22,000 and is online. MIVA University. If you can check it on your laptop now. A university like, say, Obafemi Awolowo University in Ife has a student population of about 35,000. But that university is 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Its equivalent in South Africa is over 70,000 students. How? Online. So our institutions should also do that, and you make more money because those doing online are already employed, so you can charge people. So I think those are the issues that we really need to look at, and but I don't honestly believe that generally that the quality of education has. I will end by this. In a mechanical engineering class, we give out a project, and you all know that a project is for final year students 9 months, whatever, to submit. And it's a ball. And if you apply pressure on a ball and you keep increasing the pressure, how does it get distributed? And the young man saw me on the stairs, just coming up. And I said, oh, how is your project going? Oh, he said, I finished. This was just 3 weeks. He said he has finished. So the professor that gave him, we went together, we met the professor. The man said, you are finished. How? And he was showing us the computer modeling of it. He was showing us how the forces develop. He did a computer model. The boy wrote a fast code and predicted. That was it. So he was actually teaching the professor how he got it done. So are you telling me that that quality is getting worse? So I think we are looking at the worst case scenario to judge our university education. We should look at the average. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Femi Hamzat, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State. Thank you. Let's appreciate him one more time. Thank you. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point in time, we believe we can take a bit of the insight session, and we should have done this particular one yesterday. Unfortunately, it was not possible to do so. So we thought we could bring it up at this time and invite one of the partner organizations, this time, Kano State, for an insight session. Let me call on the Honorable Commissioner of Education, Kano State, Ali Abubakar Makoda, it was in here, to come forward and present. Thank you very much. Here he comes. Let's keep the applause going as he comes in. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, okay, that's nice. That's interesting. That's interesting. In the name of Almighty Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful. Your Excellencies, the Deputy Governor of Lagos State, the Deputy Governor of Enugu State, and my own Deputy Governor from Kano State. The three ICs. Order, if I could say so. All other protocols duly and respectfully observed. A very good afternoon to you. I understand that I was given only 15 minutes to round off. I'll try as much as I can to make sure that I do the presentation within the allocated time. Now, this is Kano State Ministry of Education, and this presentation is our result-driven approach to sector renewal. Our vision for education in Kano State centers around 6 core issues pronounced by His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, during the declaration of state of emergency in education, that is in June 2024. Let me quickly take you to the core statement. What's wrong? It's not coming. Number one, every school, a good school, ensuring that all schools provide safe, conducive, and high-quality learning environment. The second, every child enrolled in school, that is guaranteeing that no child is left behind in accessing basic and post-basic education. The third one, every student an engaged learner, promoting active, meaningful, and inclusive learning experiences. Now, the fourth one, every teacher a caring educator, supporting teachers to be empowered, motivated, and committed to nurturing learners. The fifth one, every parent a supportive partner, strengthening the home-school relationship as a vital component of student success. Now, the last but not the least, our government, a committed investor in human capital development, demonstrating consistent leadership resources and policies that drive sustainable educational progress. These are the 6 core key issues which so far pronounced by His Excellency, the Governor of Kano State. Now, coming to situation analysis. You can see the OOSC, the out-of-school children in basic education. You can see the figure close to 989,234. The study by UNICEF clearly shows that the Nigerians take 22% of the global total of out-of-school children. Coming to my state, Kano, we have taken the lion's share in that aspect by taking 7.6% of the OOSC, the out-of-school children. That translates that figure into 989,234. But remember, this very figure we are seeing, or we are witnessing, was generated since 2019. That is about 6 years now. And why is that? Limited early childhood care and education, low readiness, and look at the factors. Those that never enrolled, they drop out, low transition, early marriage, and low completion. These are the factors. The poor learning outcomes: for literacy, 9.6%, and numeracy, 11.2%, which is against the national average of 26.8 and also 25.3 for both literacy and numeracy. Now, you can see from the supply side and from the underlying causes and also from the demand side. From the supply side, you can see the classroom shortages, qualified teachers, shortage of people's toilets, shortage of pupil seats, and also shortage of water in some schools. Looking at the underlying causes, that is the government financing, budget releases, weak capacity in education planning and management, weak data management, inadequate of ICT facilities, low performance in Tibet. And from the demand side, the poverty, abject poverty, social gender norms, preference for religious school, poor community engagement. Now, going by the theme of this summit, we have taken 4 thematic areas, which access and equity is one of it. Where we came from, the high out-of-school children, the gender gaps, infrastructure deficit, urban and rural disparities. This is where we came from, and this is where we are. OOSC mapping, we currently constituted and inaugurated high-powered committee on out-of-school children, and they are there working tirelessly day and night to make sure that we address this common phenomenon. School rehabilitation. This is almost taken in almost all the 484 wards across the 44 LGS we have. The integration of Al-Majri learners also. Kano has almost more than 13,000 registered Quranic and Islamia schools and expanded girl support. Now the focus, can see universal foundation education, the pathway transition, inclusive education, digital and construction support. Now, the quality and relevance. This is where we are. We came from. Weak learning outcomes, teacher capacity gaps, curriculum mismatch, and you can see where we are. Teacher development, curriculum review, strengthen Tibet, digital learning pilot, and that's the focus. Foundational literacy and numeracy reforms, competency-based curriculum, industry partnership, digital content and leadership. System strengthening. This is to where we came from. You can see, and where we are, and also the focus. Community participation and sustainability. You can also see where we came from, ranging from low ownership, weak SBMCs and PTA, and where we are, stronger SBMCs, mobilization campaigns, religious, traditional, partnership, youth empowerment, and the focus are also there. Okay. Coming to one of the key states of the nation. The number of public schools in Kano, you can see, we have pre-primary and primary. We have been 7,332. 7,332. And you see the percentage enrollment in public schools for girls. Out of this number of public schools we have, the enrollment in public schools, 4,715,234. Out of these, the girls are taking 52% of this total sum. For the junior secondary school, we're having 1,451 junior secondary schools. And the enrollment is 509,314. And the girls are taking 56% of this. For senior secondary schools, we have 800. And the enrollment, 412,518. And the girls are taking 54%. For science and technical schools, we have 49. The enrollment is 31,236, while the girls here are taking only 34%. Now, for adults, The number of schools we have for adult non-formal education, 63, and the enrollment is 19,049, which the girls are taking 76% of the total. Now, this is where the spider is weaving. Pupils teacher classroom toilet ratios in public schools. Looking at pre-primary and primary, pupils teacher ratio, you can see 128 per teacher. Pupils, 128 pupils per one teacher. Coming to pupils classroom ratio, that's 145 in one classrooms. Pupils toilet ratio, 273. 273, you can see. So, and for JSS also, you can see 95, 126, 130. For SSS, 37, then pupils classroom 69, then pupils toilet ratio 84. Science and technical, SSS, because of this articulation, that's where you have this figure. For science and technical, C18, which is all right, pupils teacher ratio 18, pupils classroom also 53, then pupils toilet, you can see 58. Then for the adults and non-formal, this is also where we have challenges, more especially the pupils toilet ratio. So that's where you have 614. One toilet serving 614. That is why there is high open defecation in this. Now, looking at the budget for capital expenditure and also the allocation and also the performances. In 2022, the allocation into the sector was 26%, but you can see the performance is only for 10%. Come 2023, that is when we took over, we allocated 27%. And the performance in that 2023 is half, that is 50%. Coming to 2024, we allocated 29.75. And the performance also is 70%. Now, come 2025, the figure went up again by allocating 31.5% of the total allocation into the education sector, which we have 90% performance in 2025. Now, coming to 2026 proposed budget, which is the first of its kind. This is a time when His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, presented a budget of 1.36 trillion naira, with the Ministry of Education also taking the lion's share this time around for 30%. So we'll be getting money on 2026 than on 2025 because of the size of the budget. The quantum allocated for 2026 is over 407 billion naira in 2026. Now, where Kano State is currently now, there is a significant increase in enrollment figure and also expanded infrastructure. This infrastructure, like I said, is across 484 wards. Now, teacher recruitment and training. Within the last 2.5 years, the administration of Alhaji Abubakar bin Yusuf, recruited more than 20,000 staff in Kano. Improve also the ME system and the PPP initiatives in Tibet, and lastly, strengthen community engagement. Where Kano is currently, this is according to 2024 NECO, National Ranking Kano, NECO National Ranking, Kano State recorded 90 0.70% of each candidate scoring 5 credits and above, including English and mathematics, emerging significantly higher than all other states and the FCT. Second, performance record that places Kano State at the top of the national chart. In terms of, rehabilitations, you can see we are having 1,358 secondary school and technical schools and over 5,200 primary schools rehabilitated across the 44 local governments, both classrooms, roofs, laboratories, toilets, and also the fences for security-wise. Over 1,200,000 pupils and students now learning in improved classroom environment. And we also have 45% reduction in overcrowded classrooms in metropolitan LGS. And more than 80,000 new desks distributed across schools. And some 250 new boreholes and 820 toilet units installed, improving sanitation. Now, for support needed, in terms of access and equity, listed, ranging from infrastructural expansion, learning materials, girls' detention programs, technology tracking, and non-formal learning support. And quality and relevance teacher development programs, 2 ED tech pilots. For system strengthening, integration of EMIS, result-based financing, continuous policy reform, innovation funding. Kano, this is our SWOT analysis. Now, our strength. Since education remains a political priority in Kano State, with the ongoing increase in budget allocation to the sector, large education network. For weakness, you can see the 5 weaknesses here. That is the limited institutional capacity, the teacher workforce challenges, then sector strategic plan, inadequate infrastructure, then high out-of-school children rates. Our strength. Okay. Now, the opportunities. We are the expansion of digital learning here. Then second, of course, population dividend and social mobilization. Then the integration of Quranic and non-formal system. This is to reduce the out-of-school children greatly. Now, the threat, security challenges, which everybody is aware, then the poverty line, poverty and economic pressures, then climate-related risk. Thank you for listening, and God bless.
Just give us a minute, please. DJ, just give us some fill-up music. Let's seek the attention of Dr. Leo.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We've had the insight session from Kano State. Next, we would, at this point, be taking another, the partner organizations, the insight session, this by the Nigeria Governors Forum. And if we have David Nabena in the hall, please come forward to present the insight session for the Nigeria Governors Forum. Ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate David Nabena as he comes to the microphone. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. My presentation is supposed to be very, very quick. It's divided into two parts. One is an expenditure review. It looks at education financing in Nigeria for all 36 states. The second part is more modest. It looks at innovations and practices at the state level. We took a study visit to 3 states to understand what they are doing, what's working, what's still a challenge, and some of the emerging results. And nicely fits into some of the conversations that we've had previously from the governor, from the deputy governor of Lagos State. So Lagos was one of the states we looked at. Obviously, because of its size, population, increasing number of people going in, and obviously that would also impact the number of students. We also looked at Ogun State, doing a lot of work around technology and working with the private sector to transform education in the state. And the last state we looked at was Kaduna State, which has a central model working with development partners, driving issues around out-of-school children, enrollment, and curriculum support. So the first slide really looks at education funding as a whole for all 36 states of the Federation. And what you would notice from this graph is that last year was a good year for education financing. For the first time, education spending for all 36 states grew to 1.8 trillion. That was the first time we recorded a growth of over 60%. So between 2023 and 2024, education financing grew by 60%. This is a lot higher than what we recorded between 2021 and 2022, around 3%, and between 2022 and 2023, just 15%. So on average, the sector has benefited from some of the reforms that have seen increased revenues for states. So while revenues increased by about 80%, financing for education grew by 60%. So that's positive news. And what states are contributing the most of this? Obviously, the largest states in Nigeria, Lagos, contributes about 9% of that total amount. But we also have states like Delta, Borno, Kano, and Ogun State contributing significantly to this 1.8 trillion that we're talking about. But we can also look further to the structure of this spending. What areas are state governments spending the most monies on? Two main areas, secondary and tertiary education. So tertiary education takes about 30%, while secondary takes about 20%. So that includes salaries of teachers, of professors, of lecturers, and some development projects across the universities, colleges of education, and the likes. Primary education takes about 20%, less than 20%, obviously because the local governments also fund basic and primary and pre-primary education. But there's also an increasing element that is not classified under these three. Those are what we would categorize as education not elsewhere classified. So we see more initiatives around strengthening the ministries of education, quality assurance, data, technology, and even special initiatives focused across the board. So whether for primary or secondary or tertiary, there are more initiatives that states are introducing that are cross-cutting. Now, this slide tells us, how much, so some states have come and said they would spend an X amount of money. And at the end of the year, do they spend that X amount of money? Do they underspend? Do they spend as they say they will? Or do they overspend? And I think there's still a challenge at that level because many states are over-executing or they are under-executing. So if you find states like Borno State, they spent 280% of what they said they would spend last year. Obviously because of security and the need to reconstruct classrooms, build mega schools, we see incidences like this. But we also see some states that are underspending. So out of an X amount of money they say they would spend, they are spending below 50%. And if you look at the slide, more than 10 states spent less than 50% of what they said they would spend. But on the other flip side, you see at least half of the states spending over 100% of what they had planned to spend. So for Borno State, they spend as high as 280%. But you find states like Ekiti, 191% of what they would spend. So there are issues around cash management and sector planning that are still prevalent. The next slide looks at who's spending the most. Obviously, Lagos State will be number one. They spent as high as 171 billion last year on education. Delta State, too, also a very wealthy state, spent 151 billion. But not just the rich states spend the most money. You also find states that are not so rich that spend a lot of money on education. So you see Borno still ranks number 3 in terms of spending. So instead of the nominal amount of spending for education, Borno spent about 113 billion. And you see Kano as well, 111, Oyo State. So spending for education is not necessarily a factor of the wealth of the economy, but also obviously the priority of the government because there's a mixed bag. There are some rich states that spend a lot less than what we would classify as, the poor states. So this map looks at who spends the most, looking at our geographical spend. And you see, obviously, the darker shade means more money spent. So you see Lagos, very, very dark, Delta. But at the end, you'd also see Borno spending a lot of money on education. So Borno, Ogun State, Borno, Kano State, Delta State, and Lagos State, there's a huge difference in geography, in size of the economy, in the wealth of the states as regards spending. So this is an important graph, I think. While these can create disparities in learning outcomes, I think there are other factors that also inform the spending. Like I mentioned earlier, external factors such as pressures on the economy, insecurity in Borno State, in Lagos State, high migration, fast urbanization, increase in students and enrollment. So they need to constantly grow their education budget to respond to some of these external pressures. And obviously, states where inflation is high or salaries are higher, those states would obviously spend more monies on teacher salaries, on infrastructure, and the likes. While underfunding based on the share, so there are two ways of looking at funding. You can look at the nominal value, which might look high, but I think the most important one is the share of what they are spending in the total budget. So what is the percentage of your total budget on education? And again, Borno State spends about 25% of their budget on education. So this isn't budget figures, these are actual figures of what they spend year on year. And I think Borno constantly ranks in the last, between 2021 and last year, in the last 5 years, they've been spending as high as 25%. Much of this is going into scholarships, refinancing or reconstructing classrooms that have been devastated by insurgency and building mega schools. The state government is doing a lot of work in building mega schools to absorb the huge number of out-of-school children, about 2.2 million people. And the records show about 5,000 classrooms have been damaged since the crisis in the state. So Borno spends about 25%, but you also have Kano State spends 24.5%, Delta. Obviously, this is a way to measure priority given to education, high spending as a share of the state's budget. But there are also other states that spend below 10%, right? And you see them on the other end. Now, this graph just tries to contextualize what political will might mean in the education sector. What we would like to see is, so this graph shows, on one hand, you see budget performance, which is more or less the execution rate of the budget of the state. And the other hand, you see the share of total expenditure. What we would like to see, we would like to see states moving from the left-hand side to the right-hand side. And not just moving to the right-hand side, they should also be going upwards, not at the bottom left, definitely. So there are two factors here to consider. One, high government priority leads to increased allocation. So that's financing. Fewer delays in fund release, that's execution. Better interagency cooperation and greater urgency to deliver results. So a way to measure the political commitment in the education sector would be to see many of these states moving towards the right and upwards. And you'll find states who are within that trajectory that have practices to model. But there are also cases where they might budget a lot and not spend. So where there are no cash releases, even if you budget so much money and you don't spend it, that's an issue. And for cases where you budget very little, the ministry needs to have the absorptive capacity to spend all of the monies that has been given to it. So also the MDAs, the Ministry of Education, they have a responsibility to also have systems that work for them, cash management, financial management, to address cash release and sector planning issues. Now, the next slide really looks at from a point of view of the states themselves. So rather than us telling states why this is important and what you're doing, we've discussed with these states. I mentioned earlier, Lagos State, they have a decentralized district model with autonomy for districts and institutions. In Kaduna State, they have a central model, government-led, development partner-led. Then in Ogun State, they are doing a lot of work partnering with the private sector. Why are some of these issues relevant? What are you doing? What's working? And what can be done differently? So for many states, they agree, foundational literacy and numeracy, it's important. And they believe it's foundational. When this is established, then you can address issues around student retention beyond primary level. So when students are given this level of numeracy and literacy skills, they stay in school beyond primary level. So what are they doing? I think in most cases, we see that Lagos is leading in this area. They are integrating phonics-based literacy and activity-based numeracy into basic education. So they are working with the SUBEB in the state, they are working with the SUBEB at the UBEC at the national level to address issues around the curriculum, professional development for teachers, and also reading culture. So they have a Read Aloud Lagos initiative that helps promote reading culture through reading competitions and the likes. And Lagos State has also built in this integrated school evaluation that ensures that some of these indicators are put into school assessment and they can assess and evaluate state and of course, use the information to influence policy decision. What are some of the results I was seeing from these states? In Lagos State, they have an Office of Education Quality Assurance, which tracks some of these data, and they've seen a 53% increase in reading fluency since they started this intervention. We've also seen teachers being able to deliver structured learning and consistency, because there is the same curriculum, the same approach that's given to all teachers through some of the platforms they have, like the Echo Excel initiative. In Ogun State, they've also seen an increase in literacy and numeracy by 81%. What more can be done? And this is states themselves saying, the commissioners, the practitioners, the directors, and the deputy directors, they've called for regular mandatory teacher training for all teachers. They've also called for the scale-up of grammar and phonology screening tests. Integration of these benchmarks into the assurance metrics. I mentioned that earlier, that in Lagos State, they have an Office of Education Quality Assurance that has put this into the evaluation tools to be administered across the states. Formalize relations between state education quality assurance authorities and private schools, because many of these issues are cross-cutting and more prevalent in low-fee paying private schools. Data-driven policy, of course, that's a big takeaway. Many of them say that is priority for them, linking data to policy making. The second area we looked at was around school enrollment and retention. And this is more prevalent in densely populated informal settlements where public schools are overstretched or family depend on low fee paying schools. So there are issues around poor learning outcomes, poor resources, inadequate teaching resources, high dropout. School enrollment and retention is more prevalent in some of these informal settlements. So what are states doing? I think in Lagos State, they are working with the private sector, the private schools to register some of those schools, and they've been able to register about 6,500 private schools in low-income areas. In Kaduna, they have an education management information system, which monitors 8,000 schools across all local governments in the states. In Ogun State, they've also developed a platform, a digital platform called Digital Platform for Education Revitalization. And that has assigned IDs to learners, to teachers, to ensure that they're able to track information and inform school management and policies. And the same again for Lagos, they have a Project Zero that works with parents, with communities to identify, track, provide starter kits for students who are outside school to come back to school to inform enrollment. In Kaduna, they also have a voluntary system where they work with traditional rulers, religious rulers, to recruit facilitators to bring in out-of-school children. What more can be done? The same issues around funding, formalizing data sharing mechanisms, using spatial school targeting, establishing enrollment committees at the lowest level to ensure that there's an engagement between schools and the community. And this is the same for areas around community participation. I think the role of Parent-Teachers Association, the role of school management committees, parents forums, these are taking greater shape than we used to see in the past. And I think many schools are beginning to recognize some of these governance bodies, and they are working with them. The areas where many states have pushed for is to increase platforms for open communication, for such as websites, and platform to create feedback loops between teachers and as well from parents, school administrators to communities. Innovations in addressing learning poverty. I think this is a big priority for many states. How do we address learning priorities using digitalization? I think the Deputy Governor of Lagos also spoke about that and the work that they are doing. In Lagos, they talked about the Smart School initiative that supports technology-based classrooms. He talked about classroom in your home. And of course, there's also the Echo Excel teacher system that ensures that there's guidance for teachers. What more can be done? Of course, PPP has also been spoken to earlier. How do we establish partnership with the private sector to build education technology? How do we build digital literacy for teachers and for students? And how do we integrate some of these indicators into our inspection instruments? So these are some of the priorities that the states have talked about. Youth-led engagement, this is also a big priority, especially addressing out-of-school children. How do we, and we've seen from testimonials from teachers, from students, that these help build leadership and also build, beyond classroom, it builds the leadership, literacy promotion, and community outreach projects. It gets youths involved in education. And some of what the states are doing, like in Lagos, they have a spelling bee competition, they have debate clubs, they have a one-day. These are some of the initiatives that are helping to drive youth-led engagement in education. What more can be done? Institutionalize these recognition systems, build the same quality assurance around youth-led engagement, and also funding mentorship programs and the likes. Curriculum, I think that has been addressed earlier, moving from knowledge-based and theoretical to critical thinking to areas around digital literacy, entrepreneurship, civic education. These are some priorities that the states have highlighted as areas to capture in the new curriculum. And what they've been able to do is to distribute government-approved textbooks. In Lagos, they've done that. In Ogun State as well, they've done, they've developed new curriculum to address areas around ICT, renewable energy, and they've also worked with the industry leaders to do some of this work. But the priority going forward is to see how we can modernize the classrooms to enhance the technology integration, continuous formative assessment system, funding a new curricular training for teachers who would be able to deliver these courses, and obviously to also document some of these successful practices with the aid of NEDC. Teacher training deployment, this is also a big priority for many states. As we saw from the conversation with Kano State, these states are also doing the same. How do we target rural teachers to rural areas, providing incentives for them? Ogun State is doing something similar where they've recruited about 12,000 teachers to help address the rural-urban disparities in teacher deployment. In Lagos State, they have the Echo Excel that is helping to drive about 1,000 public schools to benefit from a unified teaching standard. And in Kaduna, obviously, they have a framework. They've worked with UNICEF and the World Bank and development partners to help address or provide a process map for recruitment, induction, career progression. These are some of the things that states are doing. What more can be done? Ring fencing budget. How do we ensure that funding for teacher training is ring fenced so that those monies are not reallocated to other areas? How do we also incentivize teachers who are willing to go to rural areas? And how do we provide like hardship allowance, housing, or accelerated promotion? Those are some of the big deals. Publishing annual census data, tying some of these learning outcomes to results, and obviously partnering with the colleges of education, universities, NGOs to facilitate training in some of these high-need rural areas. And some of the results here I've put in here, but I'm sure when they share the slides with you, you would see on average what some of these initiatives are leading to. Increase in enrollment, at least about 26% in all of the states. Learning outcomes increasing to about 60%, and even for Ogun State, over 81%. Reduction in out-of-school children across the board, on average, just about 20%. So there are some emerging results I was seeing from these initiatives. But I think to conclude, this slide will just be a good summary of all of the lessons and all of the discussion points. One is that to ensure education reforms succeed, there should be a statewide leadership initiative. Just like in taxation, we say the governor is the #1 tax officer. In education too, the governor has to be seen as the leader of the education drive, including institutional strengthening and data-driven governance. So I think that's one priority to ensure that reforms are sustainable. The second one is to ensure that innovative learning technologies are embedded in the daily pedagogy and the accountability systems. How do we ensure that technology is integrated, not just in classrooms, but also in engaging and community participation? Teacher motivation and professionalism, that's a necessary condition. I think from the theme of the conversation since morning, we've talked about teacher motivations. How do you ensure that teachers are motivated and they are professionalized to ensure that training remains high level? Digital platforms are the highway for modern education governance. So digital platforms, not just in classrooms, but digital platforms to maintain communication across, parents, teachers, administrators, and policymakers as well. Community participation is as important as digital platforms for transparency and retention. Inclusive education, we talked about private partnership, special needs, and obviously socioeconomic support. There are states where many states would need incentive for school children who are underprivileged. They need subsidies, scholarships, and some form of support from the government to help respond to family life. Skill alignment, we talked about that already around curriculum, ensuring that education is not seen just like a social service, but more of an economic driver. And that should be the momentum for many states. Data transparency builds trust and participation. I think for the audience in the room and for platforms like this, when you have data, then you can engage better and respond to issues differently. Community mobilization is central to tackling out-of-school children, and we see that from the examples of Lagos or Kaduna, where they've engaged with community leaders, with religious leaders, but also with parents as well, using punitive measures, providing school kits and cash transfers. And last of all, institutionalizing quality assurance. And I'll stop here. The reason why this is important, like I mentioned, it has to come with a leadership initiative. In Lagos, there's an office for education quality assurance. In Kaduna, they have the education management information system. In Kano, they have the digital platform for recording all IDs for teachers, for learners, which helps ring-fence and inform policy making. That's really critical to ensuring that all of what we're saying and all of the data we're providing works. So I'd like to thank the Ministries of Education of Lagos, of Ogun, and Kaduna State for providing some of the feedback as we engaged. We carried out the study visits to their state. They've provided tremendous information to help us develop this work. But also the offices, the partners, and the implementing agencies of those states. So for further information, my email is on the screen, and if you want to discuss further on our work at the NGF and what we're doing with states, I'll close here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David Nabena of the Nigeria Governors Forum. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we'll try to keep track of the timing. As they say, time is usually not our friend. So we won't take much more of your time. We'll just go straight to the next plenary. This one is on education, finance, and precarity, prioritizing outcomes and efficiency in the face of global funding shifts. I'll just go straight and invite the discussants as well as the moderator to come up here, and we can get that plenary session underway. Let's welcome to the podium here Mrs. Omawale David Ashiru, Chief Commercial Officer, New Globe. Thank you. Let's keep the applause going. May I also invite Professor Muhammad Ali Paiku, Vice Chancellor, Abdul Qadir Kure University, Mina. Right, come on, thank you. Mrs. Joy Amaka Ayola, Samsung, West Africa. She in the hall. Mrs. Joy Amaka Ayola, Samsung, West Africa. Okay. And let me also invite Honorable Gentle Emela, Commissioner for Education, Bayelsa State. The moderator is Professor Rukayatu Tukur of the National Commission for Almajiri and Out-of-School Children's Education. Professor Rukayatu Tukur. Thank you very much, moderator. And we are set with all the discussants. We will hand over the proceedings to the moderator. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The session is on, and it's over to you, Professor Rukayatu Tukur. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, all our VIPs. Permit me to skip the protocol part. It's an honor for me to be introduced by the legend, Mr. Cyril Stover. It's a voice I hear all the time, and to see him in real time, it's an honor for me. So without taking much time, I think we should just hit the ground running. The conversation has already begun from yesterday and today. So we always talk about paucity of funds in education. We know that that space is getting smaller for donor agencies especially. And our priorities, even in government, some things have taken center stage now. Education is taking a bit of a backstage. But whilst we worry about the funding that comes, why don't we take a look at when the funding does come, how diligently do we use such funding? How well do we utilize it? What are the outcomes that we expect from the budgets that come from such funding? And to get the conversation going, I would like to just set the tone so that everybody will understand. So when we have limited funding, for instance, do we know where to put the funding? If we want to build schools, do we know the priorities for those buildings? Are they the classrooms? Are they the other infrastructure that come with the schools? When we say build, it's not just in terms of construction, everything that comes into it. Is it the teacher recruitment? Is it the teacher training? Is it the this feeding to entice the children to come to school? So all these things that come together for putting schools together are what we call building of schools. We're not just looking at infrastructure now. So how committed are we towards collecting data? Every day we're collecting data. Everybody's collecting data in Nigeria. You go to open a bank account, for instance, they will ask you for name, they will ask you for your international passport. Everybody's collecting their own data. But how judiciously are we using this data? When we do collect this data, do we really analyze the data to find out what it is we really need to take care of? Because some of the data is pointing to the fact that it is not that we don't have students. We have the students, but we do not have the classrooms. Just about 30 minutes ago, Kano was speaking about 128 students to one teacher. So it means we have the students who are going to school, but there are no facilities for them to go to school. So to set the tone for us, we'll take the Honorable Commissioner, who will take us through one or two questions. So, sir, in your state, we know that the government is trying with what they do for education, but when you do put in the money for education, how do you monitor that that money goes to the right places, that your suburbs, for instance, are getting what they should get? And when it trickles down to the local governments, are the monies going to those schools in the local government areas? Because we know you have remote places and hard to reach places in Bayelsa. How do you keep up with that, sir?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for having me. Years back when I was in the university, I became bothered when I entered my state being classified as educational disadvantage. And within me, I was like, what can I do to see how I can get out of this classification? And little did I know that one day I would become a commissioner for education. And taking us a little bit back, I was in the House of Assembly 2011 to 2019. And I was privileged to be House Committee Chairman on education. And by the year 2017, there was some kind of reform in my state where the government introduced 3 key bodies into the governance. I'm talking about the Education Development Trust Fund, and then the Higher Education Student Loan Board, and the Teachers Training, Registration, and Certification Board. Now, what is the sense of this board? The Education Development Trust Board, Fund Board, was to get resources together and see how we can manage our schools. We introduce boarding facilities in schools we call model schools. These model schools are in every local government, and the admission process for these model schools is to ensure that every community within the local government has a child in that school. So what do? We invite every primary school to bring in their best 5 pupils in the graduating class, that is primary 6, and subject them to an examination. At the end of the day, we collate the best and send them to these model schools. These model schools are tuition free and with boarding facilities. So the EDTF is to make sure that this school run without the government having crisis situation. So at every point in time, whatever that is needed in these schools are provided by the EDTF. And over time, the board has been able to meet up to its responsibility. And any of these model schools that you go to in any of our local government, you can find a child from every community in that school. Excellent. So that's a very giant stride the government took, and it is really helping the state. The EDTF equally has intervened in many other situations, especially in human capital development, talking about training of teachers. So we have a program where every quarter we train at least 300 teachers. We subject them to train to make sure that they are at par with modern teaching technology. And the EDTF are working together with the Teachers Training and Certification Board to ensure that we achieve this. So we have teachers who are highly motivated, teachers that have been exposed to modern teaching technology. And of course, we talk about the Bayelsa Higher Education Student Loan Board, which was established in 2017. I am happy, and as a state, we are happy to see that today the federal government has equally established the net fund, which for us is like we have been able to indirectly influence the policy of the federal government.
Because you started earlier.
Yes. So for us, we want to see how we minimize the rate at which students withdraw from schools. So the board is timely, and it has been an intervention body for our students in the tertiary institutions. What is the issue? If you have an issue with payment of tuition fees and school fees, you approach the board, and then you fill your form. What is required of the student is to bring two guarantors, which must be a civil servant. And once you get those two guarantors, and then you supply all the necessary information, they avail you the opportunity to get the money, and they pay direct to your school. And this loan is almost like a free money. I will put that way, because just like what the Nelfond CEO was saying, on graduation, the board gives you time, you go for a youth service, you come back. At any time you have an employed job, it is at that point in time you start paying the loan. And as government runs, I wonder how a student that have graduated and maybe for 5 years they're not getting a job, and maybe gets a job 6 years after. I don't know what's going to happen. But then it has been something that has really helped our system, and it has been able to reduce prices in our universities. It has been a comfort for our students and parents alike. So we'll be moving on, and these boards have been carefully managed by experts. For instance, like the EDTF, one good thing about the EDTF is that the source of funds is from within. Education is expensive. Education is the responsibility of all. Everybody has to be involved in education. And to that effect, the law establishing the EDTF makes it mandatory that 5% of the internally generated revenue of the state goes straight to the EDTF. And then those that are wholly political appointments, 2% of your salary goes to the funding of the board. 1% of every contract job that is done in the states goes to the board.
That's very nice.
And then 0.5% of the consolidated salary of civil servants goes to the board. So at every point in time, there is enough fund for the board to run the activities.
Excellent.
They are providing capacity building program for teachers in AI, coding and robotics, and a lot of things the boards have been doing. It has saved us the issue of maybe running around His Excellency, maybe with memo to get approval. The governor has given that board a free hand to see how they can manage this fund and run the system. Today, if you check the book on your hand, you can see the logo of Bayelsa State as one of the sponsors of this program.
Okay, round of applause for Bayelsa.
Potsi, the Education Trust Board. So,
thank you, sir. But these are very laudable, projects that the state government is doing. But I keep hearing tertiary, tertiary. What about at the primary level?
The primary, so much have been done at the primary level. We had education summit at the section of this administration, and the summit was very laudable. We were able to convoke the best brains in Nigeria, and we dissected every sector of education in Bayelsa State. And one of the outcomes of that summit was bringing in technology in the primary schools. and we partnered with New Globe. And today, our schools, our primary schools are doing well. We have a system where we have real-time data that will get information at the click of a finger. From the comfort of my office as Commissioner for Education, I can monitor what is happening in our primary schools.
So you can check your milestones for the
We
funding
can
at all
check our
times.
milestone. We can know which teacher was in class in every day, when the teacher arrived in school, and then equally to monitor the subject taught. If, for instance, a teacher is supposed to be in class by 8 o'clock and is supposed to teach basic science, assuming he enters the class and he teaches what he was supposed to teach, if he is able to complete the course outline from the back end, we can know. If he stops halfway and did not complete the course outline, from the back end, we can know. So with the data available in the office, we can put a call through to that teacher. You were in class at social time, you are supposed to teach social subjects, but unfortunately, you couldn't complete the course outline. What was the problem? A teacher that was not in school for a particular day, we can call that teacher and find out what happened to she or he, that she was not in school on the said day. Furthermore, we can equally assess the parents of our pupils.
Feedback.
Yes. For instance, maybe like in a particular day, a child wasn't in school. And from our system, we discovered the child was not in school. Maybe for 2-3 days, not in school. We can call the parents. And it's a situation where maybe a parent gets a call from the Commissioner for Education. And I introduce myself to him. I am Commissioner for Education. Are you XYZ? Or are you the father of John? And he said, yes. I want to find out why your child was not in school. Education is free at that level. So what's happened? I'm concerned. For 3 days, your child has not been in school. And I think that such a call from a commissioner or the governor of the state to a parent showing concern about the child that was not in school will ever remain in the heart of that parent. And that child will never miss school any day.
Thank you.
And those are what the innovations we brought into
Thank
primary
you.
school.
But just one last question, sir.
Yeah.
Whilst the government is struggling to make sure that things are free for the students, how do you take care of those schools that push in those hidden charges that we all know about? What measures are in place so that those schools do not do those things?
Schools that are charging money?
Yes. You know, there's a way that these schools do it. They will charge a PTA levy, they will charge this levy. Well, we know that government has provided for that. How do you put a check there?
Yeah, we basically at the basic education level, education is free.
Yeah.
Both for primary and secondary education is free. So we don't expect any parent to pay charges. However,
It is happening.
it is happening just like you said. And in most cases, the Parents Teachers Association and maybe in agreement with the school authority, they could agree on a certain maybe amount that they need to collect. And if such amount have been agreed and the ministry is duly informed, that is not an illegal collection.
Okay.
But outside that, we are always on the ground to monitor schools that are doing this kind of illegality.
Thank you very much, Honorable Emela.
Thank
you so much to your state government for making sure education is back on track. So we'll just go very quickly to our Vice Chancellor. You're welcome this afternoon, sir. So we know that universities are crying for paucity of funds. We know even paying for power in universities is a huge problem, especially in public universities. But when those decent amounts come to those universities, how do they translate to good teaching outcomes, to good graduates that you can stand up and meet global standards? We know that our students do well when they go abroad, but they are a select number. But how do you in your university ensure that, sir?
Thank you, moderator. Very quickly, my name is Professor Mohammed Aliu Paiko. I am a professor of nutritional biotechnology, and I'm also the Vice Chancellor, Abdul Qadir Kure University, Mina. A very big thank you to the NGF. This kind of forum, we cannot overemphasize the importance, giving us the importance and the platform to discuss pertinent issues about education, especially. Going quickly to your questions, I am very lucky as a Vice Chancellor to have been appointed into Abdul Qadir Kure University, which is precisely about 2 years old. And it came about when this particular government of our former governor, Muhammad Umar Bago, when he came on board and decided that the kind of degree that was being offered in our state university, we have another state university, IBB University Lapai, which is already a traditional university. He was not satisfied, and so he wanted another university which will respond to the issues of the time. And of course, we all know the issues of the time is that universities have been converted or are looked upon right now as only mills for producing certificates. Our former governor wanted a change. He wanted a university that could produce, job creators instead of job seekers. And so when we hit the ground running precisely 2 years ago, our duty and responsibility was to change the narrative. And so Abdul Qadir Kure University is responding to that call, and we are not, I always tell people, we are not the regular type of university. We don't place premiums on our certificates. We place premiums on graduating students who at the end of the day will become job creators. And so our courses, if you look at the courses we got from National Universities Commission, are either courses that are responding to the gaps we have now in the state. We all know doctors are lacking, nurses, pharmacists.
So you are answering a problem.
So we are answering that call. Or we are giving students opportunities to read courses that are entrepreneurship based. The central focus of Abdul Qadir Kure University is entrepreneurship. And our motto says knowledge and innovation for sustainable development. And so before our graduates, they really reach to get their certificates, they also have another premium. They must have registered a company before they finish. And so most of our programs, we place a lot of premium on practical hands-on application. So on the campus, we give students opportunity, regardless of the course you are pursuing, different skill sets, because we consider the 4 or 5 years that an undergraduate spends in the university is a very, very valuable time that they can cultivate, whatever it is that they want to be.
So you are catching them young.
We are catching them young. And so if you look at the problem, it was Albert Einstein who said that you cannot use the same thinking to solve the problems, to get solutions to problems with the same kind of thinking that you use to create the problems. And so where were we as Nigeria? If you look back to the era of our past leaders, you can see we missed the bus stop when Nigeria was said to have so much money and we didn't know what to do with it. And this translated into the development of society was not really focused upon like that. So when our administration came, so the thinking that led to the problem we're having now is that we have always thought that government was the sole financier of education. We have all heard through different platforms. In fact, I agree totally with what the Deputy Governor of Lagos said here. There's really nothing wrong with our education. There's really nothing. Because if you look at the cases where we have professors and doctors doing the JAGBA abroad, we have never heard any professor that needed to go and study something else. It's what he took from here or she took from here that they use over there. So the curriculum is good, we give is good, just like some other person said, we need to tweak it a little bit. Make sure that we focus on the fundamentals. The laws of the land are quite okay,
Yes.
but you can see there are a lot of policy somersaults. If I tell you, like, our policy on education is to have science in the ratio, science, technology, innovation, in the ratio of like 70 to 30% of the other social sciences and art. But you go to most of our very big universities today, which are the courses that are giving the numbers? You see that there are social sciences, the humanities. These are the ones that are overpopulated. So have we really, as universities, have we really focused enough on those policies? No, we have not. So what Abdulkadir Kure University is doing now, precisely I have 7 faculties. And out of those 7 faculties, only 2 are social science and humanities. I have a faculty of education. I have another faculty of management and social sciences. But the remaining of my courses are either health, allied health, environmental health. This is the way to go, because like someone just said, we should stop looking at education as a social service, but as an engine for economic growth. This is what gives us the developed nations, or the so-called nations that we look upon to. You will see that it is those courses which, make the changes in society, and therefore we have to really focus on this part. And so I think right from even National Assembly, we have not been focusing too much on that. The Deputy Speaker was here just a while ago, and she was talking about very good reforms that are going on. But, if I'm going to be very honest, members of the National Assembly, are they responsive enough? We still have in the 21st century, members of National Assembly that go to their constituency and they cash 200 million cash, and they are giving out, they are doling it out, to their constituents. And when you ask them, they say, these are the things that they need. No, we in Abdulkadir Kure, we approach the amount of financing, talking specifically about this theme, we say financing for outcome. So National Assembly, when we approach them, there is a lot of resources coming from National Assembly in terms of even constituency projects. We say like Niger State Caucus, those in Senate and House of Reps, pool the resources of all the house that is under your purview you're going to spend. Come to a university. If you're an engineer, take an engineering faculty. Try to fund for that faculty to have all the necessary tools that will be used to train students, instead of doling out this money to the constituent. We also see some others, they say that they are supporting the entrepreneurship drive of our tertiary institution. And they buy this grinding machine, or they buy this keke napep, and they are distributing. Are those the things we really need? So the funds that we talk about are not really available, are quite there. We just need to harness them and prioritize them, and then focus and get whether primary school, secondary school, and pull all these resources together, in a targeted fashion, so that it can solve the problems that we have.
All right, thank you, Professor Paiko. So I will ask you to please hold that thought, because we'll come back again to you. And we're really glad that you're starting, and you're starting right. We're glad that the CC Mass came in whilst you are here now.
Exactly.
So you can bring in those
We
your
can
entrepreneurial
into those
courses. We'll
areas.
talk about your patenting later. But very quickly, we'll go to our very delightful Mrs. Omawale David Ashiru of the New Globe. She's been waiting very patiently since very early in the morning too. So Mrs. David Ashiru, you recall earlier in the conversation, we talked about different kind of data collected by different people. And but in your opinion, how has all this data collection generated targeted proper spending in the right places?
All right, thank you very much. I stand on all established protocols. I've noticed that when people say they will answer, they will say they'll be very quick. They are never quick, so I won't say that, so that I won't put myself on the spot. I work with New Globe, like she said, and we partner with visionary governments to transform public education. And I mentioned visionary governments because that's very important. It means governments, state governors, countries that are ready to put their money where their mouth is, right? And we do this at the basic education level. So primary, there's been a lot of talk about tertiary, but we focus a lot on primary, secondary, basic education, because if the foundation is broken,
Yes.
we can't go anywhere. So foundational literacy and numeracy is an area that we're really focused on. And so before I get to you've asked a very pertinent question. Everybody's been talking about data, and I'm glad that the Honorable Commissioner from Bayelsa was able to explain about data. Why? I think we know why data is important, but you said we're getting data, and why aren't we, why isn't this linked to the outcomes?
Yes.
So sadly, a lot of the data that we're collecting is not data that drives learning.
I see.
Yes, we're talking about limited funds, right? And I spoke yesterday. Sorry if you were here yesterday, I don't have a new message. It's the same thing I'm going to say. Hopefully by the time I say it 7 times, we'll understand. It's not how much money you have, but how well you're spending the money. Make no mistake, the outcome of education, especially at the foundational level, is learning. That is what your return on investment should be. For every naira you spend, and for everyone who works with you, you should ask, how does this translate to learning? Sadly, a lot of the data in the EMIS that we have in states are measuring inputs, number of classrooms, staff list. Don't get me wrong, classrooms are needed, and I love the way the Deputy Governor of Lagos said it. Buildings don't teach.
No.
Classrooms don't teach. So if you have data that shows you that you have 100 classrooms, and you don't have data that tells you whether the 5,000 children in those classrooms are learning.
Can I quickly into
Please
that?
do.
So when they're collecting that data, are you saying that at the point they're collecting, they don't ask you what you want data collected for? Is that a problem? They don't ask you, what do you want us to ask when we go out?
Well, no, we go in and we partner. And so we would even tell them the data that is necessary. So I'm talking about people that maybe we haven't started partnering with. You asked that generally. So what we see is that when we go to states, what we find is that people are trying. There's EMIS there, there's data. But if the data you're collecting is not linked to, remember I said return on investment, it's learning. If it's not data that is linked to learning, then you're collecting all this data, but it's not really telling you, showing that the money that you spent is resulting in it. So that's why I give examples. If you look at the M, it's nothing against, those things, but staff list. So you know that you collect data on staff list, right? I have 5,000 teachers. If you don't have data on whether those teachers are in class, then it doesn't matter that you have data on the number of teachers. If you don't have data on whether they're teaching what they're supposed to be teaching, then you can't measure learning. Let me give an example, a personal example of mine. So when I was in primary school, to be honest, I sound very eloquent right now, don't I?
Yes.
Encourage me. Yes, I do. Even if you don't tell me, I know I do. But, back to this, and I say that for a point. Our education, and a lot of people have said this, is good. I will give that a caveat. I think that's maybe our curriculum. We have a very robust curriculum in Nigeria.
Yes.
I said about being eloquent. I am born, bred, proudly raised in Nigeria. I schooled in public schools, primary, secondary, university. I have been on global stages, but it was Nigeria that produced me. The first time I went to do any schooling outside of this country was last year, right? So we have a robust curriculum.
Yes.
That is not necessarily the issue, but back to data. So when I was in primary school, I didn't know I was intelligent. I was just going to school, public school, just going every day. And then it was time for common entrance, primary 6. And my mother got a teacher, a lesson teacher for me. And she used to come to the house every day, 2 o'clock. I will pray to God every day. God, let her be sick. Let her not show up. Because I didn't want the lesson. But without fail, this woman was there. 2 on the dot, she would have knocked the door. And she took me in the lessons. At the end of that, I did my common entrance. And I got the highest in my school and the highest in my state. Before then, I was like, oh my God, I'm intelligent. I didn't know that.
You didn't know.
But why am I saying this? Because she showed up every day. Now, the data you should be measuring is, are your teachers showing up every day? Teacher attendance. For instance, one of the states that we worked in earlier on, and I will mention the state because the state has done very well. Dr. Paddy Yamu is here. So yes, I'm going to put you on the spot. With Edo, Edo started off, I think at the time of Governor Oshiomhole, doing very well. Infrastructure, the Red Roof project got the attention of international donors, right? But in terms of data, there was still more that needed to be done. So when we got in there, introduced data, the first thing we found out was teacher attendance was 0.1%. 0.1%. Now, this is not to knock down teachers. My mother was a public school teacher for 30 years. Teachers are not showing up for various reasons.
Yes.
Maybe not empowered enough, maybe not paid enough. People have to hustle. But the point is 0.1%. So if you have 0.1%, how are the pupils learning? Within one term of their transformation, putting in data, tracking attendance went to 98%. Ladies and gentlemen, without changing anything else, children started learning in one term what used to take them 1 year to learn, just because teachers were available. And why were they available? Because the data was tracking that. So that's one thing. We need to measure the right data. The other thing I would say about the data, we're collecting data, but the data comes in too late. With all due respect, reports that come in, your EMIS, your SEMIS, LURITs, we have all sorts of them, come in at the end of the month when the issue happened 4 weeks ago, is not useful. If a teacher has not shown up, or a pupil, like the commissioner said, did not come to school for 1 week, but let me use the teacher. A teacher did not show up for 1 week. All those children have lost 50 hours. 1 week, let's even just say 1 week. They have lost 50 hours of instruction. And the reports we have now, I mean, the manual, whatever, that are not digital, you don't get that information at the ministry level until the end of the month. You can't get that back.
So you're always playing catch up.
You are playing catch up. So real-time data is important. That's the kind of data you should be paying for. You should be paying for systems that can show you right now, is the teacher in class? Right now, are they teaching what they should teach? Right now, is the pupil there? And if they're not there, you should have the data to be able to call, like he gave the example.
Excellent.
We've seen that, even I think it was in Lagos, where the governor was able to call a teacher.
Yes.
Mrs. So, I see you are not in school today. Imagine how that teacher felt. I mean, not necessarily afraid, but that means they care.
Yeah.
So data that is showing up at the right time, that's important as well. I think I'll just stop there for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Ashiru. So next to me, I have a very gentle young lady beside me, Mrs. Joy Amaka Ayona, Samsung West Africa. Thank you for the sponsorship you're giving us this afternoon as well. So we have talked about the data, we've talked about the need to track those things. But for companies like yours, it's always about corporate social responsibility. So what innovative ways can you tell us that Samsung can help in financing that small finance bracket that is left? In the simplest of terms, what innovative methods can you tell us?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And once again, thanks for having me here. And I think this is a very fantastic opportunity whereby the private sector is finding a way to balance or come in between equalizing how they can play a part in all of this agenda. By the way, the picture you are seeing there is my AI picture. So this is the real me. So like you just said, when it comes to financing, I think the interesting thing about budget is that the bigger your project, the bigger on anything you need to drive, the tighter your budget needs to be. If your budget is not tight, then there is no efficiency in whatever you want to drive. And in terms of Samsung as a brand and making financing for all of these devices that you will use as a platform to drive these educational purposes, one thing is to see how we can make these devices an equalizer to learning and making them affordable and accessible. So for us at Samsung and most OEM, one of the key major things that we can play a part in is ensuring that we help the government, the different parastatals to subsidize the value of these devices and smartphone. Now, today, with your smartphone, there's a whole lot that you can do. Even with the era of AI, there are ways that learning has become more interesting. So when we have this sort of partnership with relevant stakeholder, and the fact that we have huge volume to play around with, then we can subsidize this cost of this smartphone, cost of these devices, and even because with the kind of facility we have for production, we can help the institution in pre-uploading some of this learning management system. So because of the facility we play with, if the volume isn't that much, then we can't really have a part to play. But Nigeria, we have a very big advantage of numbers. So if we can get the parastatals to come around, help in huge volume, then these private sectors can equally ensure that they support the bodies in subsidizing, providing cheaper, affordable, let me not say cheaper, affordable devices that they can use in learning. And beyond this, subsidizing the cost of this smartphone and devices, one of the things that we equally like to say is the learning management system also, because we have ability to provide smartphones, devices, but then the content.
Could you speak a little more on the learning?
But then so like I said, that in as much as we have the ability to subsidize these devices on smartphone, we equally need to look into the content. So the learning management system, whereby what the content of what should be in the smartphone matters. So we as an OEM, we have the ability to have teachers to come around where we can have a sort of master class to teach them how to use these devices efficiently and increase their productivity. So it goes beyond the fact that, I mean, I've been listening to a lot of sessions today, and everybody is doing fantastic job. But one thing I want to point out is productivity. So when we need to have an opportunity where we can begin to digitalize our curriculum, there's a whole lot that we still have in paper. But when we digitalize this, it makes the job of the teachers a lot easier. Giving the teacher, subsidizing device is one thing, and giving the teacher these devices to teach the students is another bigger thing we need to look into. So if we can have this body come to OEMs like us, we can equally train these teachers to know how to use this product and, you know, drive more productivity. Just a typical example.
All right.
I could have a picture on my device, a picture of Ali, and with the kind of AI tools we have today, I can say, turn this image of Ali, that's a prompt now. You tell an AI to turn this image of Ali to a dancing Ali, and then you see the image dancing. So with AI tools like that, why can't we make learning interesting, more interactive, interesting for the younger ones, whereby we teach the teachers how to use the right prompt with the curriculum they have on the devices. They can make the learning a video form, a more content for their students to enjoy. Today, we have AI tools that can create movies in 30 seconds. So think about using tools like that. Instead of you teaching for 30 minutes, 1 hour, you can use an AI tool on these devices. It will create a content for you, your own content, by the way, that you will upload, that the student can interact and learn within 15 minutes.
Excellent.
So these are some of the things that OEMs can actually help in the educational sector.
Okay, so what we're getting from this is that it's not always about money resource. It's about other forms of resources.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, we've been given the boot, so we can't take another round. But very quickly, I would just try and touch on everybody's presentation. I'm sorry we didn't apologize. Honorable Emela had to leave because his flight has been rescheduled, so he had to leave very quickly for the airport. Professor Paiko, we are very eager to see the kind of graduates that will come out of Abdullahi Kure University because, like Mrs. Ashiri Davis said, visionary leadership is very important. In the words of late MKO Abiola, he said, those who cannot see vision, those who cannot dream cannot see visions. So we need to dream. We have a lot of students here. We need to tell them that there's still room for dreaming so that we can be more innovative in our learning. So we can see that you're trying to push that innovation forward. Mrs. Ashiri David, we need to have online real-time data at our fingertips. We don't have to wait 48 hours, 72 hours to know that something is wrong so that we can nip the problem in the bud before it escalates. Mrs. Ayola, it's amazing that Samsung wants to partner. It can't just be handheld devices. Let's have devices where 150 children can learn at the same time, interactive learning. Children, their stimulation is very high now. They can't just sit in one place and learn. This is amazing to know that Samsung is ready to travel this journey with us. So my panel, we're very grateful. I'm sure we have all, learned something this afternoon, and we have all realized that we can't work in silos any longer. We all have to work together for a big whole number that will be efficient. So Professor Paiko, Mrs. Ashiri David, Mrs. Ayala, thank you very much on behalf of the National Government. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Yes, I always use a Samsung.
Thank you so much. Please, let's put our hands together once more for them and take your photographs. Paparazzis, please come forward. That was quite amazing. The Honorable Commissioner from Bayelsa quickly left to catch up his flight. Thank you so much. Let's put our hands together once more for them. Amazing, profound insight, perspectives deep at all. May I use this opportunity to appreciate the presence of the Special Assistant to the Speaker of the House of Reps, Special Assistant, International Cooperation and Educational Development, Abise Darocha Afodu. Let's give him a resounding applause. Or give her a resounding applause, if I don't mind me. Okay, without much ado, may we now invite the Enugu State Insight session, who is presenting for Enugu State. The microphone is waiting. Let's put our hands together for Enugu State as they come for their own insight session. Let's appreciate the representative. Sorry, I don't have your name, but Enugu State coming. Let's please put our hands together for Enugu State, please.
Good afternoon. For want of time, we are standing on existing and established protocol. The contingent is led by me, Dr. Chipatri, the Permanent Secretary, Minister of Education in Enugu, representing the erudite professor, Minister of Education, Professor Leonard Ndubezemba, who is unavoidably away because of official engagements. Here with me is the Director of Experiential Learning and SPA to the Governor, Dr. Onishi, and the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, Minister of Education, Dr. Michael Mba. Enugu State is building Africa's first experiential learning ecosystem, the vision of Dr. Peter Ndubezemba. Peter Ndubezemba, the Governor of Enugu State. And with me, after the introduction, the Director of Experiential Learning and Pedagogy, we've moved on with the slides.
Thank you very much. Enugu State is undergoing a lot of transformation in educational landscape, and so many things is going on in the state. But it's important for us to understand that the real crisis in Nigeria today is a talent activation crisis, not talent crisis. And again, the failure to convert potential to capability, disconnect between learning and livelihood, high rate of unemployment despite intelligence and effort in our youth. Innovation imported, not developed locally. And there's a prediction that about 130 million Nigerian children will not contribute to the knowledge-driven economy if we don't work harder now. When we look at what is happening, all this problem is caused by the challenges we face in education. And that challenges starts with high rate of out-of-school children, inadequate infrastructure, slow-paced integration of technology, lack of curriculum updates, the teacher's methodology, the exponential technological change that is rendering so many things obsolete. And what happened is that what our children are learning in school today are obsolete. As they are seated in the class, the content is already outdated because of the trend. It's very important for us to understand that the technological trend is moving in an unprecedented pace. And it is very essential that we move along with the trend. We also record 3 out of 4 children lack literacy and numeracy. A lot of speakers talked about literacy and numeracy challenge. This is so true. And it's actually affecting everything because whatever the children is supposed to achieve or whatever Nigerian youth supposed to achieve in the later age start from foundation. When we hear that our children lack literacy and numeracy, what it means is that 3 out of 4% of our children cannot write 2-letter words, 3-letter words. And if you can't write 2-letter words, you can never spell. You can never blend words adequately. So this is a very big problem and we must find a way to face it. And because of that, we also have serious challenge on skill gap. Because our students continue to stagger, they don't have proper foundation. Maybe when they want to write WAEC, they'll end up writing WAEC at the special center, find themselves in a university, get results. But when you look at the content, it's not commensurable with the quality of result they have. This also led us to skill gap, where the children cannot be employed. We have a lot of them that are graduates, but when you look at the content of the students, the graduates, they are nothing to write home about. Then, on this case, we are now thinking of regeneration, not reform. Why regeneration is because we need to go back to the old system, redesign the entire learning system to opportunity pathways. We need to return to traditional apprenticeship pedagogy, not to reform of colonial legacy. Because incremental reform cannot fix structure that is disconnected. So we need to take back to skill and start building that skill that our children can survive adequately. Now, regeneration is not just on the student, the teachers. Looking at where things are going, the technological trend is moving fast, creating gaps between teachers and students. The teachers belong to different school of thought, and the student they are teaching also belong to different school of thought. Most students are called the digital natives. They are born into technology, and technology is the integral part of their lives. While the teachers are called the digital immigrants. Now, what it means is that the teachers must follow up in order to provide that enabling environment to the student. The teachers must develop themselves, and then that is that regeneration we're talking about. Professional development for teachers should be a continuous process. Artificial intelligence is revolutionizing everything and is changing what the children are learning within 3 months. So what it means is that teachers must be in line with the trend to make sure that they provide adequate support to the learners in their classes. We must shift from content delivery to creativity. Today's education has shifted from content memorization to critical thinking, problem-solving approach. Because at the end of the content memorization, our students will just cram, write exam, and after the exam, they will forget everything. But when we move to creativity, it will develop them, give them support on problem-solving approach, critical thinking, collaboration, and so many other things that are very essential. Education in Nigeria should not just be on exam-based, because exam-based is not helping us at all. We also need to talk about how we integrate sustainable development goals in our curriculum. Our children must understand that as they are students, there are goals 1 to 17. They must learn how to support that goal. They must learn how to connect the goals from what we're doing in the classrooms, so that when they graduate, they can align the goal to solve societal problem, to solve community problem, and to solve any problem that comes to their way. Enugu State adopted a new system, and that system is experiential learning ecosystem. Enugu State is building 260 smart green schools. And the 260 smart green school is as a result of those challenges. And the state government now said, how are we going to solve educational problem? Inadequate infrastructure is one of the major challenges, and the state government started by building smart green school to make sure that we provide quality schools to every Enugu child, irrespective of your location, your background, your status. These schools are free. And Enugu started from 1. They started to test run 1 out of 260 to know whether it will work. And they were very intentional in test running the school. They started with a remote area to make sure that it will work effectively before scaling up to other schools. The Smart Green School accommodates 1,000 pupils, and the children moving into the environment coming from different schools. In one school, we had like 4 primary schools and 2 secondary schools merged together in one compound to become an integrated school. The federal government talked about basic education from primary school to junior secondary schools. But Enugu integrated early years, knowing fully well that foundational education is very key. Then in that smart green school, we had about 800 pupils in one building. Imagine children coming from different backgrounds. They come with different personality traits. We started molding their characters. Imagine a child stepping into the class with intention to see a blackboard or whiteboard in the class, and step into the class and saw an interactive board where the whole classroom is fully furnished with digital board, an interactive board that will show visual illustration of what the teachers are teaching. This interactive board now makes teaching and learning more realistic and relevant, and students are very ready to learn once they come into the school. In Enugu Smart Green School, we have 25 interactive boards in each schools. That schools is fully functioned with digital equipment, where students will also have access to digital equipment. And we have laboratories, science laboratories that made up of physics, chemistry, and biology section with equipment like centrifuge and microscope and so many other things. Then at the digital library, we have ICT laboratory that is fully equipped with relevant softwares needed in school. Then in the e-library, we have e-books that is very, very essential for teachers, where teachers can leverage so many resources in teaching and learning. Then the school is being supported with AI-driven solution to make sure that the curriculum is up to date. What we are giving the children is in line with the trend. Then Enugu State now had experiential learning pedagogy as a state policy. Experiential learning is learning by doing. What it means is that Enugu State changed their pedagogical approaches from normal lecture method. You know, lecture method is when the teacher verbally presents subject matter, students pay attention and listen. But we now change our teaching and learning method from lecture method to experiential learning. Experiential learning is learning by doing, learning by experimentation, learning by innovating, whereby giving the students and teachers opportunity to work together effectively to achieve results. Experiential learning supports 21st century skills. Teachers and students collaborate in the activities, they communicate effectively, they apply critical thinking and problem solving. Then this experiential learning, becoming the state policy, was transferred to be used from nursery, that's the early years, to tertiary institutions, where we make sure that everything the way teachers teach, we have to change from our old method to newly innovative method. The industry, we also try to align school connection with industries. What is happening in Enugu is a testament for this projection. What you see here is one of our smart farm in the school, where the students now have access to smart farm. The students, that farm is connected with PPP, where a PPP now provide an agro-industrialization in our school. In the smart school, the children can now farm, go there, study what is happening there. And in the farm, we have integrated farm system, where there is poultry farm, piggery, greenhouse, and open farm. And the egg, every week, we generate 120 crates of egg from the poultry farm, where the children will consume 60 crates, and the remaining 60 will be used for sustainability. Then we have the menu that is coming from the menu coming from the poultry farm is also used in the open farm. The water coming from the fish pond is channeled to the greenhouse, making the farm to be fully connected with each other. Then the architecture of activating youth potentials starts from the foundation, so that we can bridge the gap between the classroom and communities. This is the picture of a smart green school. We have this structure you're seeing, 260 in Enugu State. And this 260 structure is amazing. We also integrated new subject areas that can take our children to global page. Subjects like robotics, artificial intelligence, coding, virtual reality, augmented reality, mechatronics. Considering what happened during 2020, we all remember that COVID-19 pandemic disrupted a lot of things. And in that note, we started equipping our children so that they can compete with their contemporaries anywhere in the world. So let me allow my team to talk.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Your Excellencies and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, still standing on the existing protocol already established. We are trying to see what we can do to meet up with the time allotted to us. Otherwise, we have a lot to speak about the innovation that is going on right now in Enugu State. What I want to talk about right now is the results, the emerging results. With all that she has said, all that have been deployed in the smart schools, 260, we had when our deputy governor presented his speech, he said we already have them at 85% completion. That is at the average, but we already have so many completed and running at the moment. Now, the results we are seeing is learners demonstrating visible confidence, curiosity, and competence. You see a whole lot. Experiential learning actually is the solution to all our educational problems. You talk about out of school, children will not like to stay at home because what they're enjoying in the smart school is amazing. Free food is there, free clothing. I mean, the school uniform is free, textbooks is free, exercise book is free. They even have buses conveying them from their homes to the school, and they have wonderful, excited, enthusiastic teachers waiting for them to teach them. And they come, they have access to tablets. Imagine even from primary 4, they already started using tablets up to JSS 3. And so we discovered that the learners are very interested to come to school. Teachers also practicing applied reflective pedagogy. It's not just like teaching. They want to do research. They are interested in knowing whether what they are doing is working or not, and they want to improve as the day goes by. We also have schools functioning as community innovation nodes. Schools now become a way of solving problems. It's not just like the school is there. You see some of the children, we even got from the parents, some of the children can now do some repair work in the house at junior secondary level. They are doing all of that because of what they're exposed to in the school. TVET graduates entering industrial roles. It's not when you finish the school, you don't know where you're going to get to. Students producing prototypes in inventions and green solutions. We have a whole lot of them. You know, what we're saying sometimes, like I remember earlier this year, I did this kind of presentation at NEPA, Ondo State, during the DPRS conference, and I had a lot of reactions. I had a good number who were actually appreciating what they were seeing. But then, just like the normal saying, and in every 12, there must be a Judas, and then there must also be a Thomas. There were some who did not believe it, but I can tell you, we have had a lot of persons, people, organizations coming to Enugu State. As I'm speaking to you right now, Enugu State seems to be like a tourist destination, education tourist destination. We've had over 40 delegates from United Nations that visited Enugu June last year. And when they were interviewed, because they went around and we asked them from different countries, Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Sierra Leone, different countries, we asked, have you seen anything like this? They said, no place. There is no place in Africa they have seen something like that. We've also had 2 commissioners from this country, Commissioner of Ekiti State. God bless you so much. You are here. She came with her team to see what is going on in Enugu State. We also had the commissioner from Katsina State, the former commissioner for basic education. I heard she has been promoted to the special duties assignment. She was also there this year to see what is going on in Enugu State. Honestly, we see Nigeria. What we're saying, why we are here is that Nigeria must build together. Seeing what is going on in Enugu State, it shouldn't be something that we say, well, they're talking about the state. No, it is something that we need to accept. We need to imbibe. We need to welcome. We need to associate with. We need to see how we can scale it to all the states in the country, because that is the only way we can make education to become relevant in economic growth. Because education now is no longer just to go and read and get the papers. We want to see how education can help us to solve our problem. And honestly speaking, if we don't get it right, we can never have it right. Because this is the only way, this is the only pathway to get all our problems solved. So the choice, Nigeria's choice today, with about 120 million young people coming up in the next 2030, what are we going to do? If the system remains disconnected the way it has been, there's going to be demographic crisis, and it will keep hitting us very hard. And then if we redesign our education system around capability, then we can become Africa's greatest economic engine. The future will not be imported. It will be built by the intelligence of our children. If we build systems that allow that intelligence to move. And then, in closing, let us rise to this moment. Let us build an education system where, number one, learning becomes livelihood. Capability becomes contribution. Youth potential becomes national power. And then I can also add, where learning becomes a form. And that is what makes the children ready to listen and adapt to whatever the teacher is giving them. So Nigeria can lead the world with a new story. A nation where children's brilliance becomes innovation. And as we conclude, I would like you to know that already in Enugu State we have what we call the Education Transformation Plan, running for 10 years, from 2025 to 2036. And I just want to pick an excerpt from that very plan as we conclude. Experiential learning is indispensable in achieving a transformative education ecosystem. The traditional education curriculum will never cultivate outputs, indeed, that we needed for full, ambitious economic growth. It is experiential learning that will help us to achieve that, and we're seeing it already working in Enugu State. Thank you very much.
Thank you for listening and listening good. Come and join Enugu State in building Africa's first experiential learning ecosystem. Thank you.
All right, let's put our hands together for them. Let's put our hands together. I think you can do better. Who know like better thing? If you like better thing, let's put that. I think we've had a wonderful time, a deepening peer review mechanism, and I believe that's actually what this is all for. Before we still move on to the next thing, may I appreciate the presence of His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Kano State, His Excellency Comrade Aminu Abdul Salam Gwazo, who is also the Commissioner of Higher Education, for being here. Yesterday you were here and you're still here. Thank you for your patience. Let's put our hands together once more for him. Now, as we begin to end this session, some announcements here. The students, make sure you visit the Samsung Center, the Scholarship, Seplat, New Globe, Naseni, and make sure you open accounts, everyone, as much as you can with a premium trust. Make sure we do that. And for those of you who have paid for your certificate of participation and membership, make sure you present your proof of ownership at the registration desk over there. Is very, very important. At this moment, we'll be going for lunch. As at yesterday, the same protocol remains. There's a Coconut Beach. If you had your lunch yesterday at the Coconut Beach, our delegates our stakeholders, our teachers at all, and the students, that's where to go. And for our VIPs, commissioners, professors, heads of sponsors at all, the Obudu restaurant is still open for us. And this is to say bon appetit. After which, the lunch, we come back for our parallel, discussions or sessions. Then after that, we are back in the hall for the rapport. It's very, very key. So once more, lunch is ready. Bon appetit. Enjoy your lunch. Don't forget, visit the Samsung stand, children scholarship, Naseni new globes, Seplat, they're all there waiting for you. Naseni, thank you. Just in case, if you lost a pair of glasses, the pair of glasses, is it this? Is it this? Bring your particulars. Okay, this is it. All right, thank you.
For growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves at once. Welcome to the future of money. Say hello.
Everyone salute him. Out.
Together.
Mama called me.
Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light, where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light. Where your money moves as fast as you do. Welcome to the future of banking. Manage your finances with one touch. Say hello to the Premium Trust mobile app today. Premium Trust Bank. Together for growth. Imagine a world where everything moves at the speed of light.
Let you know, I'm loving now, they do me slow. Baby, cause I don't need you already know. But every head turning, I see the press coming. So what you telling me now? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? Popping. That girl, there's no stopping what's coming. Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know. You never heard me, I'm popping your like confetti. Pick on me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see. You never heard of me, I'm popping out like confetti. Pick on me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see. Yes, yeah. You got to know that you have no
Step in a party, oh, balance, see body on my G's, they low-key, pretty, take on easy on me, you get too much tease. If you give me body, happy in the empty, laptop up, girl, I'm a billy and take me as a prisoner since you for justice. And if I ain't no bad pass, so we better go out, y'all try to be who let you know. You know we got me get plus to go and run away with you. Like my guess for you know me don't get to the competition, but the trophy not trying to just see everybody know this to the body. Said you know it you happy. I just see the life of the party, get a one link up and need assist. Say many girls them there, but no many girls happy. She one of one dangerous and every time she got me like.
Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's poppin'? That girl, there's no stopping what's coming. Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know. If you never heard me, I'm popping out like confetti. Pick on me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see. If you never heard me, I'm popping out like confetti. Pick on me energy, cause I'm the one they wanna see.
Flow like a river, if I catch Peter, they won't panic it up. Santa Monica, I get motivate like cancer, we were but the line, like so, carry my truth. If you get in my fire, if you get in my fire,
So what you telling me now? Who's that girl? Who's that girl? What's poppin'? That girl, there's no stopping what's coming. Feeling the energy, adrenaline rushing. Real talk, now real talk, they wanna know.
Spotify Premium lets you take more control of the party. From ad-free listening to offline downloads, you can make every day and every place a personal DJ set. Tune in to 3 free months now and cancel anytime. Tap the banner to learn more.
I want to dance, I want to baby, shake your body, 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 body. Baby, move your body, 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 body. If you dare one side, if you just stay rock, if you just stay traposki, our body's touch, my money is long, my team is long. Me up at the party, can you belong? I want to show you what you never seen before. I want to do what I never do before. Let me shake up. Body, 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 no sign anybody. Let me move your body, 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 no sign anybody. Yo, give me that say you without a smoke off, pull up, this your body. What's in there, this your body. Say no, kana, this your back up, with the ivy. When I say walk, touch your body, what's in love? Now your body, I want my touch. Costo, baby Costo. I want fast face, I want fast face, I want top your body. Your body not it fat, your body not it price. Do Traboski, Traboski. Do Traboski. I don't, she don't. Say she got a boyfriend, me I got a girlfriend. But I don't know, Traboski, Traboski. Bravo. I want your love. I want your body. What's a good tomorrow?
Sabi girl no dey too like dog. Animals dey in human form. Body man nobody like talk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my mind. Make you dance like steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no yeah what they want. Cooking on my fantasy. Want to check if my tap be no. But it dey rush forever, it be much. I'm gonna make my tap be the rush. The kind money we touch. Yeah, it dey rush forever, it be much. Don't be happy, everybody dey crush. Don't let me touch. You put me jackpata, I dey go Ghana, yeah. You never thought you dey from Papa. This kind money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay, take my cake away, Ajay. You can't come my place. I just take my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like steady like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no one hear what they want. They need to deny my fantasy. I want to check if my tap is no wrong. But it dey rush forever, it be much. I gotta make my tap be the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It dey rush forever, it be much. To be happy, but it dey crush. No don't let me touch. It rush forever, it be much. I gotta make my tap be the rush. No let me touch. It dey rush forever, it be much. To be happy, but it dey crush. No don't let me touch.
Oh well. Beat.
Kasala boss, nigga, I'm on the nigga, I feel nigga wrong. Voila, I can't put up people Lagos. So money na the nigga carry wrong.
Wait till the top. I'm on Sati, video what they involve. If church carry the money come. Jerry, what's up? Pull me up. Yes, they one nigga carry the money wrong. I don't want to be talk, I go feel the blood if you bust. I don't want the lock up, I make sure I carry my gun. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong. Kasala boss, the nigga, I'm on the nigga, the nigga wrong. Voila, I catch up with people Lagos. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong. If father, if papa, Kasala boss, the nigga, I'm on the nigga, the nigga wrong. Voila, I catch up with people Lagos. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong. If father, if papa.
When see the top, I'm on Sati, you want to go. Church carry the money come. What's up? Pull me your call. One nigga carry the money wrong. I don't want to be talk, I go feel the blood in the bus. I don't want to look up, I make sure I carry my gun. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong.
Within the sub, Kasala don't bust. Oga update me, yeah, we don't come. My website, moredollar.com. Get down, man, down, Uzi done done. You want on, you say bonus. Then you go see the movie, no mellow. The money matter make you see me for road. Somebody get me walking fat on my logos. Road a pot, nick a pot. Redo man 20, why me the bench? Short time, overnight. She dey ride me, yeah, they ride my pencil.
Kasala boss, the nigga, I'm on the nigga wrong. Voila, I catch up with people Lagos.
Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong.
If father, if papa, Kasala boss, the nigga, I'm on the nigga wrong. Voila, I catch up with people Lagos. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong. If father, if papa,
Kasala boss, the nigga, I'm on the nigga wrong. Voila, I catch up with people Lagos. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong. If father, if papa, Kasala boss, the nigga, I'm on the nigga wrong. Voila, I catch up with people Lagos. Now soon money na the nigga carry wrong. If father, if papa.
16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
Guy, you killed that set. Mad motivation.
Bro, I'm so pumped. My workout playlist is giving me life.
Workout playlist?
Yes, so I just added all my hype songs.
Gym Pump, Yoga Chill, whatever your vibe, make it yours. Build your perfect playlist and keep the energy going with Spotify.
I know the lion, I know the wind go, want to fly up to Puerto Rico. Oh my lord. I was on you, let me remind you. Oh baby, I do for you. Baby, I'm no I'm out. Ayo. Melanin, what you want to have for love? Cover with the blood, every part of me. Said I be, come on me now. That way, the love, when I mean, sure. Cause we've only begun, we're moving on. And the moment you call, I'm sure you know. If you want to see Joe Biden, then it's my line, your darling. She go come by whatever you're selling.
Another banger. Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, you put in my heart for lockdown, for lockdown, for lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, down, down. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like whoa, 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 whoa. Shawty, come give me your lo, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. I see this fine girl from my party, she wear yellow. Every other girl they do too much, but this girl mellow. Now in my fine situation, I go use they tell I'm mellow. Finally, I find way to talk to the girl, but she ain't no one follow. Who you gonna phone for one? When you know I phone for one, then I start to feel like I'm born. She did give me small one. I know, say she's a people down one. She really needs the girl, but the friends would they come and light drink go on. When they come and light drink go on.
Yeah, I know we look shy, but for you I get down low. And my hips make you cry when I'm moving around you. Do it twice. How much more you hold me tight? Just taste for a night. Baby, show me you can calm down, calm down. Dance with me and take the lead now, lead now. Got you so high that you can't calm down, calm down. Don't you ask, you know you're bad. It's you, I can't say no. Baby, give me you got me like Baby, God give me
Finish my house, I say me got a small wall. Me I wake up, me she did my mind don't walk. Day one, day two, one of you folk of us. So me I go down, so make me link go.
got my hand on your heart now, I can feel it race. If I leave, then you say you can never love again. Wanna give you it all, but can't promise that I'll stay. And that's the risk you take.
Baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, you put in my heart for lockdown, for lockdown, for lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, down, down. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me young girl, oh young girl. No tell me no, 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 oh, 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 oh. Baby, come give me your lo, 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 lo. Shawty gon' give me your lo, 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 lo.
My guy, have you heard this new Afrobeat jam that's taking over right now?
I beg, share the update.
I just did. Check your phone.
Ooh, you're right. This one is a hit.
You know me now. Just leave Music Matter for me. Discover the hottest tracks first. Share it with your squad and enjoy the music together on Spotify.
morning. You know, say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they got too much whining, they got too much whining. I see they be, I see show you the enter. Oh yeah, make you follow me. Oh yeah, show yourself do, but I be love is in the air, baby breathing. I dey available, baby anytime you need me, I dey available. Compatible, two of us say compatible. Yeah, I be bad, but for girls say I dey mellow. Ah, baby I dey phone, baby take it slow, baby go down low. Nobody ask me, no, yeah, no, I'm there. So let you go, baby, morning. You know, say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they got too much whining, they got too much whining. I see they be, I see show you the enter. Oh yeah, make you follow me. Oh yeah, show yourself do, but I be love is in the air, baby breathing. The way you move is your body in a way, man. Ask me how got me hands up. You go away personality, jara. They can't make it the balance. As I get opportunity, why I no go mountain. Actually, I heard you know to come out in my hand for your matter. See girl, but you bad. You always put me for bello, push it for bello. I did this so the me no, baby na me to your kids they are put below. After you now you become oh baby show up, get other girl jealous by you are working, watching my baby color. Treat you like a mama. Free on it, but you don't want for me. Oh, baby, morning. You know, say you matching my steez. You know I'm a G. Shawty, I'm always keep it real. I know they got too much whining, they got too much whining. I see they be, I see show you the enter. Oh yeah, you follow me. Oh yeah, show yourself too, but I be love is in the air, baby breathing.
Ojiabani, Goza Presido. Sit.
Abdul on the beat.
Okay. DJ Abdullah kan kita. Samun kuɗi bayan an sha wuya akwai daɗi. In kana da kuɗi, kana da abu.
Who go take by your side if you walk out through fire? Follow you standing steady fire. Now love me, I go love. Now love us, we go love. Who go believe you when the whole world is calling you a liar? Now love me, I go love. You go to live your life to impress anybody. Cause some people want past later. Now love me, I go love. Now love us, we go love. Even though you love everybody no go feel love you. From my mind to my weapon. Fuck the work with the large gun. Anytime you vex someone, I go like make you hear this song. Me and you gonna be Jesus. So now only who love us, we love. So now only who love us, we go love. You want butter? This can be side butter. Focus in your bread and butter. Feed your sons and daughter. Make sure that your mother knows suffer. Just they live your life, Baba. Just keep it real and proper. Focus on better customers. You say like that, hi brother. Search and you will buy.
Please, attention. Everyone should be in the various halls for the parallel sessions. So activities outside, activities inside should be holding right inside the three parallel sessions. So kindly go there. We've started. The panelists are already seated. And so if you're here, you are missing out. If you're there at the foyer still taking photographs, you're missing out. Kindly go into the various halls for the three parallel sessions, higher education, basic and secondary, technical and vocational. Stakeholders for these sessions, kindly identify with them. Just as you leave the hall, to your right, you'll see the halls and the ushers will direct you accordingly. Other delegates, teachers, students, you should be in those halls now. Thank you.
Ojiabani, Goza Presido. Sit.
Abdul on the beat.
Okay. DJ Abdullah kan kita. Samun kuɗi bayan an sha wuya akwai daɗi. In kana da kuɗi, kana da aboki. Aka san hakarin ka wuce su matsaki. Cikin nan akwai addu'a ba na tsoron baki. Wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah. Dunia na batsuru, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah, wayo Allah. Dunia na batsuru, wayo Allah na wani abu ne ke damuna, ni na dafa kuma ya nuna, na kusa da ni ke zagina. Cha bayan ido na ni zagin su baya damuna, basu su yi ko a riga na, ya fara no sani, adema na didn't find me, Ali Hassan Ali, ganewa sai mai hankali, kutuma kura uba, yau akwai kura uba, ban balaga ba amma sai da raba, abincin akwai daɗi sai na daba, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na. Dunia na batsuru, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah. Dunia na batsuru, damu kuɗin ka kawai ka kashe. Kar ka bari su kashe maka sanda kake nema ba mai taya maka ruwa na dukan ka su ko sun saka. In baka ci ba su ci maka. Kai da kuɗin ka kana haka. Abu ma sai an saya maka. In ka samu kawai ka kashe ka kashe ka kashe ka kashe ka kashe ka. Kutuma bura uba. Yau akwai kura uba ban balaga ba amma sai da raba, abincin akwai daɗi sai na dafa. Kutuma kura uba, yau akwai kura uba ban balaga ba amma sai da raba, abincin akwai daɗi sai na dafa. Wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na, wayo Allah wayo Allah na. Duniya na ban tsoro. Goza Presido. Sit.
Abdul on the beat.
Okay. DJ Abdullah kan kita.
Babe, please, I'm begging you. No ancient old songs today. Oh.
Relax. I'll make a Spotify blend for this trip. Have me, have you.
Nice. No more Cardi J5.
No, just good vibes all the way. I've sent an invite to your DM. Oh yeah, join our blend.
Oh shit. I have accepted the invite.
Blend your sounds in one playlist and let the music connect you. Only on Spotify.
Look what the hot body can do. Look what the hot body can do. Body did dancing, slow wine, it's so fine. Like boys, inside, 2 points, inside. Make sense, oh, make sense. Oh my God, I need this dance. Make dance, make sense, oh, make sense. Body did dancing, controller. I get in both from my holder. Make your body slow and I slow down.
put it on the load, no collab. Show you the things I wanna do tonight. Unusual, put it down, make it take away your peace of mind. Go blow like water, we get the breeze of light. Yeah. Open your eyes and look. Look what the hot body can do. Look what the hot body can do. Body be dancing, slow wine, so my body so fine. Makes sense. Oh my God, I need it. Makes sense. The hot body can do.
Yeah, I did walk. Right for life, get now, cause I do records, get ready for the block. It's you. Charles. When they find me for a call I know. I mean, they dance on their day. You don't call. Industry machine. I don't come. All I know, where else go. Challenge me and see. You know, pass. As you more, I go talk about myself. When they find me for a call. All I know. I mean, they dance on their day. You know, industry machine. I don't come. All I know. Challenge me and see. You know, pass. They say that I should be talk, man. They say that Jack up with the speed, something I hold about no lingua. But some music get the chop, don't be shy, don't be play, be like right, collect the back for my name back. One lady they go begin to the mess for. Post now for the haters for the haters. Put it on the line. What's the king by? What if we cry? I think we cry. Oh, how many times? Too many lies. Records pull up in the game without credentials. When you're in the game, they know my name, they know defender. I see they have, they still know double ganda. Oh, the movie you don't have my yes, I know Philly ganda. I see my champagne on the way. You get knocked out of my place, my head is wanted on the place. Yeah, mean they find me for a call. All I know. I mean they dance on their day. You don't call. Industry machine. I don't call. All I know. Challenge me and see. You know, boss. As you more. Let me they find me for a call. All I know. Call. I mean they dance on their day. You know, boss. Industry machine. I don't call. Challenge me and see. You know, boss. As you more. Challenge me and see. See. Oh, we don't come. We don't see. I don't dare. Oh, industry machine.
That's why no shade flower. Whoa. Oh, my lover.
Eminent music.
You get spend money, them things say we be GEE boys. Try to mess with me, I thought you CEE sauce. If you the owe me, you go pay. I know be down go there. I don't give 21 weeks, making no pass out to pay. But this journey is very funny. But don't worry, don't give up, cause joy is coming. Put your worry away. Man, I need to see you every day. We gotta stay in touch. And right now, Mutimbolo or no, whether you like or not. Joe, my shake me carry lay. We this your big bump bump. You left me with no option, gone. I don't feel the night, gone. If you check out, all I want is your love. Prepare me for that. I'm not gonna let you forget you are. Cause the touch of it, how we give me your love. My face is I'm taking on. Cause you are the one I love. You are the one I trust. You do me jelly now. Only forever come. And if you like bygones, the bygones. Come about me, you will not come. You do me jelly now. Only forever come. Shit, make a day my late. It's up for me, you and day. You mesmerize me day by day. Mesmerize me day by day. Oh, my love soon para oh, gone day by day. Ah, my sugar great. Oh, my quality. Hello, God. And if you check out, but I want to see your love. 35 people, I'm not gonna let you forget you, Baba. Cause the touch of my time, we give me your love. My face is I'm taking on. Cause you are the one I love. You are the one I trust. You do it jelly now. Only forever come. And if you like bygones, the bygones. Come about me, you'll not come. You do me jelly now. Only forever come. Cause you are the one I love. You are the one I trust. You do me jelly now. Only forever come. And if you like bygones, the bygones. Come about me, you come. You do me jelly now. Only forever come.
My guy, have you heard this new Afrobeat jam that's taking over right now?
I beg, share the update.
I just did. Check your phone.
Ooh, you're right. This one is a hit.
You know me now. Just leave Music Matter for me. Discover the hottest tracks first. Share it with your squad and enjoy the music together on Spotify.
The band to you know, say money make a dance to. And I'm feeling funky, cause I'm really couple, really lucky. And they make the work go round. You know, do me, I want more. A little my jet, but they make it long so. Make it. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress and make it. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress and make it.
All I'm baby is more moolah. I look amazing, live my best life. Let's go to Paris, all of Island. Baby, don't tell me more like more. Everybody got me losing control. My amigo, make it magic. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress and be at Make it magic. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress and be at
What's that 1942? Give out one time, come running back. I'm all looking when I hit it from the back. She go crazy, give me love right back. Some move like this, make it do like good. Me have been past this life in I don't go lie, I want it like that. I don't go lie, I want it like that. We're going to New England, come back, no need. Anything I do, come back, no need. No need, baby, paparazzi. No need. Uchan, come back, no need. My picture. Make
it magic. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress and be at Make it magic. I'm gonna party like 99. Leave on my dress and be at
Well up, baby, come on, me no alpha. Need no answer. Everybody only saying to me, Allah. Keep on coming, no don't stop. I don't do this for banter, I do this for real. I don't chill, I move in. If I slide to side, you might spin. I done deal. Who go ask about me, I'm there. I don't care about them. I complete it on a mission. I say what I say. You know like that, it's not 99, but you know what? Ain't no love, it's not 99, but you know what?
Shaking your back, they're shaking your back. But then again, no got it, look at it legally. Man, but you know, like I was gonna throw it, B. Je vais naïf, prenez les guides, bon appétit, tu me messi, à me parir, qui m'a la vie, je sais les aides, tu te Lamborghini, quand tu te bats, la népatite, je suis very mighty, with the bagaggi, on a des baby, on a patiti, I just want to get me to love Madam.
Keep your music flowing. Download your favorite tracks and listen to them ad-free with Spotify Premium. Hit play on 3 free months now and cancel anytime. Tap the banner to learn more.
Baby girl, you are too good looking. Come on, make them stop the bullying. If not, you go hang your body. Like I did. Like I did. Show me your heart. You better shoot like rocket. This man I get. You can never top my sunset. Oh, yeah, give me. Like I did. Like I did. Like I did. Like I did. Oh, you boys are back.
Shake it. Go, 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 go. Problem jam me so go. Make them allow me CPO. Make I go jogodo. I don't close it like a Chinese man. They know they look me like a hooligan. Say back, say they want this man. The ladies love me, I'm the gallus man. Come on your face, I say head up. Straight to my place from the airport. Round the mess for your effort. Thanks for coming, no welcome. Yeah.
Groovy. Baby girl, you are too good looking. Come on, make them stop the bullying. If not, you go high your body.
The person know the good finish. Our men, the good finish. The person know the fine finish. Our girl, the fine finish. It is a with the lie. With the heart. It is a with the lie. With the heart.
Anyway, that way. You stand there, president, I stand near you. You carry your papa with one uncle. 2 man 10, the Jagaban, they call us school. Calm down, she could pull up like a wicked. She know the panic for about 10. She 10, no one put the wins and then says trends, so the more you the boss them. They cannot believe that I am upstairs. With me in the contest, my ganja top shelf, smoker ain't go see her. All the way from Canada, she dey smoke my weekend.
Is there?
And if you hear this and then go on with your back, go on with your knees, baby, shake it to the. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Bad man, chill out. 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 Yeah. Bad man, chill out. Bad man, chill out. Yeah. Your pussy fat inna your shot.
You dealing with the boss?
Make you come first, could I never take a land. Like a ball from up the pussy pass. Skin out the pussy for me fucking. Girl, you make it cocky brad. Original girl, some of them are the knock.
And if you hear this and then go on with the back, go on with the knees, baby, shake it to the max. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Caribbean girl, me know for tick, me know for top. Yeah, man, I watch my body like say them, I watch a match. Yeah, anything you say, them girl, let do it like it's that. But make my one money like the girls in movie trap. Classy, real bad girl, I get nasty. I do whatever I want just because I'm passing. Yes, I'm the one in charge. Never get my pumps and him still falling in love. Yeah, I know anybody can touch this. Baby, I am not a hoe. Rice and peas, body hotter than the love. I feel bigger taste anyway, it's in my past.
And if you hear this song, then go on, lift your back. Go on, bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. Will the DJ please turn up the bass to the max? Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. Don't have to fear, number one in command. I came just to kill me and too militant. They won't figure it, but I don't need a man. They love how me whine and make true religion. You dealing with the body, of course. Or you dealing with the boss. If we break up, yeah, you know that is the loss. Upgraded every two that I have a touch. Study on me back, you can't touch this. Baby, I already leveled up. You're looking for love, and I'm looking for the love. Baby, you can handle all the sauce. And if you hear this song, then go on, bend your back. Go on, bend your knees, baby, shake it to the max. DJ, please turn up the bass to the max. Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max. 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 Please just rewind, let me shake it to the max.
Olaladimi Ashake.
Angeli, come and lay me. Obìnrin tó bá fẹ́rù mi, consider lucky. My baby, let's keep on jamming. This fire can't knock you down if you dare me to snub me. Body shallow, my baby. I only go, Yarabi. Ilayi ọba tó dá mi. Ó dá mi tán, kò rí big money. My type. Perfect size. Rọra máa wá àṣì. Whoa, whoa, whoa. My baby, you are my special one. My bestie, you know I'm a soldier boy. But in your face, I'll calm down. My your confidence, you got my head, take it easy. But the road to be steady. Two for my girl to get energy. But the market I think fascinating. You light up the room illuminating, captivating. Who can charge me? Such a bad bitch, but the bad news keep it moving. Or a body. My type. Best size. Rora mawash.
My guy, this is your speakers, Bamo. The sound just feels so good.
Bro, it's not the speakers. These are the same ones I've been using. I just upgraded to Spotify Premium.
Oh, no wonder everything does they enter well.
Then make we enjoy them properly. Enjoy your music with high quality audio on Spotify Premium.
No even like to get up or you put me for one chance. No be magic, the feeling is constant. So I got to put feelings in order. You know, even get any choice than to forget all the wrong things. So with you, I want to do all of the bad things. You can imagine. And I know you get the understanding. Back at music, you want your music, in that music. Let's make a family. I go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Back at music, till eternity. Put it down, we can make a family. Go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. So I got to put feelings in order. Suffocate more, suffocate. So this I don't want to suffocate me. I was not going to change. So I got to put feelings in order. Let's make a family. Go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Music, till eternity. Put it down, we can make a family. Go be your defender. TB, I fit to give you 10 times. Say this, I don't know people manipulate. I know I was not going to change me. So I got to feel this in order. Suffocate more, suffocate.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and
gentlemen, for the auspicious occasion to talk about what I'm doing as an individual. And having done all these things, we see that we have the capacity to be able to transform teaching and learning at a very higher spectrum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Wait, you can take it slow, baby. Control the pace. Where I rotate, baby, that's a little taste. Where I rotate, I'ma put you in your place.
Bad girl, no delay.
Baby, let's shake. I don't wanna stop, baby. I don't need a break. For the rotate, you know I don't wanna wait. We can go late, make our body celebrate. I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in key. I know what I want from you. You know what you want from me. I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in key. I've been waiting on it all week. So tell me where you wanted me to be. Yeah.
Freeze. I jump back the way I like it. Can't deny your body bang like dynamite. You the feel I'm your kind of nice.
Beat me, eye to eye, we go back to back, we go 9 to 9. Body dynamite, take it to my body, we can finalize.
Backstroke on it, swimming in the kitchen till the bus. Do everything to me, but baby, don't stop. You don't even need my consent, killing me, baby. I just want a little bit of your time, make I do so. Make we date tonight, make I just call up you. You call me every time you want more. Move that thing, come rest on me now. I get the candy when go make you bend for me now. All night, baby, all night. Bend your back, hold my hand. Now you can make a nigga fantasize. I be turning out your river night. It's alright, realize. Come on, time, you're my vibe.
I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in kid. I know what I want from you. You know what you want from me. I just wanna back it up on beat. Say your name in kid. I've been waiting on it all week. So tell me where you wanted me to be. Yeah.
Freeze. I jump back the way I like it. Can't deny it. Your body bang like dynamite. You the feel I'm your kind of night.
See me, eye to eye, we go back to back, we go 9 to 9. Body on dynamite, take it to my posy, we can finalize.
Freedom.
The way we move, skin on skin, no separation, need no conversation, nah, 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 on everything, it's automatic, going zero to a high, nah, nah, right, and wishing the wheels will fall off, time is ticking, it's taking you too long, right, before I decide to go, like you hurt me, on this I fit up with you to serve me, yeah, pull up and hurt me, push it down. Like you hurt me, on this I fit up with you to serve me, yeah. Pull up and hurt me, push the down. Pushing on my buttons, no hesitation. Gas me up, give me motivation. Don't tell me where we can't pick a destination. Gas me up, give me motivation. Pushing on my buttons, no hesitation. Gas me up, give me motivation. Don't tell me where we can't pick a destination. Gas me up, give me motivation. Come give me life and I'll change your heart. These times I'll take glory on the high. When we love it, hold me, love me, hold me. On this I fit up with you to serve me, yeah. Pull up and me, push the time, like you hurt me. On this I fit up with you to serve me, yeah. Pull up and hurt me, push the time. Pushing on my buttons, no hesitation. Gas me up, give me motivation. Tell me where we can't pick a destination. Gas me up, give me motivation. Pushing on my buttons, no hesitation. Gas me up, give me motivation. Tell me where we can't pick a destination. Gas me up, give me motivation. Give me life. Be life.
My guy, have you heard this new Afrobeat jam that's taking over right now?
I beg, share the update.
With your squad and enjoy the music together on Spotify.
Dopamine, dopamine, give it to me, all over me, pour it all over me. I wanna feel I wanna see properly. Stand at it, do it to me, dance for me, dopamine all over me, give it to me. It's a situation. I don't wanna do no situation. I'm trying to stay strong, but I really need you to say something. Come here, baby, I've been up and you can wait for me. Is it too late now? Is it too late now? Dirty girl, I've been contemplating about the way that I've been thinking about you lately. I love the way that you touch and caress me. I love the way your body push up on me body. And I'm going crazy. Then I go put up for you when you ready. Baby, I just know it in my mind, baby. Dance for me, my American baby. Dopamine, dopamine, give it to me, all over me, or it's all over me. I wanna feel, I wanna see, stand at it, do it to me, dance for me, all over me, give it to me, that's all I need. Energy 2000, you know me, I no get cacos. I've been a good person, but right now I don't learn lesson. Put on your two factor. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. People they jealous to that kingdom come. Yeah, boy, energy 2000. My body to one long. The DJ play my song. Cause we wanna party all night long. Put on your two factor. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. People they jealous to that kingdom come. Yeah, boy, energy 5000. You know me, I love green paper. I've been a good person, but right now I don't learn lesson. Put on your calculator. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. People they jealous to that kingdom come. Yeah, boy. Sana, only movie made you know my lifestyle. Yeah, cause we wanna party all night long. We are change your style, no they don't come outside, bend over, pure water, go so close. We go the jealousy that kingdom come. Yeah, boy, energy 2000. You know me, I no get cacos. I've been a good person, but right now I don't learn lesson. Put on your two factor. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. You go the jealousy that kingdom come. Yeah, boy, energy 5000. My body to what don't know. The DJ play my song. Cause we wanna party all night long. Put on your two factor. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. You go the jealousy that kingdom come. Yeah, boy. Maria Lemba, Libaton Simba, Libatala Simba, Zala Simba, Zala nephew. Yeah, you Dalagan Twebu, Mom Simba, Zala nephew. Yeah, you Dalagan Twebu. Energy 2000, and my girl born in 2000. Used to pay me the 2000. Now it's $9 and dirhams. So I beg you, shot, don't kill my vibe. Please don't kill my vibe. I just wanna get money, stay fresh. That's too fucked up. Please don't kill my vibe. Energy 2000. You know me, I no get cacos.
I've been a good person, but right now I don't learn lesson. Show your two factor. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. We go the yellow to that kingdom come. Yeah, bro, energy 2000. My body to one London. The DJ play my song. Cause we wanna party all night long. Put on your two factor. I want boys, one parallel. One fellow like I would love. We go the yellow to that kingdom come. Yeah, bro.
How far? Where are you guys?
Real niggas know it's a champion sound. No enjoy this time around. It's straight to the business. I hate going for the corners. Look at the phone and it's mumsy calling me. She knows I'm a champion. Just walk on the mountain. Try and the one the mountain. Shout out to the OGs in the game. It's time to pass on the baton to champion. I'm gonna mash up the scene by anthems. It's champs with the sea in the car. And you know what's happening. I got zero competition. Cause I'm good, cause I'm not competing. No. If you wanna hate, that's your cup of Joe. It's 2 a.m. and I'm glued to my nose. And I don't act cocky, there's a long way to go. It's a champion beat and I'm throwing a tantrum. Person, I'm gonna win my champion mansion. Fit for a champion, do it for a box. They try, compare, all talk, no action. They talk on the net, unexpected reaction. No, I can never break my codes, but just allegations, not my fault. I was born for the mic, if you know, then you know. Real niggas know it's a champion sound. No enjoy this time around. It's straight to the business. I hate going for the corners. Look at the phone and it's mumsy holding me. She knows I'm a champion. The smoke on the mountain. Try and the one the mountain. Shout out to the OGs in the game. It's time to pass on the baton to champion. I'm gonna mash up the scene by anthems. It's champs with the sea in the car. And you know what's happening. I got zero competition. Not cause I'm good, cause I'm not competing.
Calling me cannibal is nothing short of me. I can be a beast and I can be a fucking G. Look into my resume, their blood is on my teeth. Sweet. Odumodu missing you, Chrissy. I tell how many bitches when they rap me along, they let it on go. They tell how many bitches for your body make you didn't come on, no. Back in 93, my mama talk say I fuck by that. Doctor, pastor, tell her it's a lie. Tell her same destiny, they written from the time. Written in the sky, my brother shove it in their eyes. Make them a proco, make them feel like still in Jukokoro. I did my coco, you need like I've been the blue cocaine. Picture me like Bugatti, fighting for my tutoring. From my dollar roof, you know, before you talk my
When I bust up on the scene, they can show me something where money never see. Yeah, I've been there, see, yeah, my brother till the beat. Say, mama, go buy a more J, I don't believe. Fly to a big Mary J, make her cool down. And I'm steady counting all the money for the stress now. Keep it pushy, yeah, my guy, you know the drill. Go to the bitches when they got out for the thrill. Yeah, now big Weez, big Calamana, big time. Spend big
money for the rest, I still no get time. Yeah, you know, say me, I'm addicted to the late life. And the music really save me from the straight life. In the days, could just make my mind sweet. They will buy my day for trying to put my mind at ease. Yeah, but my made it for me, you know, I stay there. Every day, as you the link, I need the sweet. Many things they happen, only shall I get. Make a call, 1 or 2, we could try by it. Make a run of the bottle, squeeze baba day. Sing a big whiz and big color day. Oh, I'm gonna get one show that they dance on. And you know we come here with many men. Oh, and you know trouble we no run away from. Yeah, show man no oh, mashallah, yeah. Watch out, oh, make we keep it on low. Who they stay glass house, no they throw stones. Making no cat feelings inside. Yeah, like it for the night. When I call the reply, one love. For my people, one love. You don't make wheeze, I they make them come round. You know what they talk on my mind. I know feelings inside me, then I don't apologize. So that's all I see when I bust up on the scene. Making sure me something where the money never see. Yeah, I've been there, see, yeah, my brother till it be. Say mama go buy a more J, I don't believe. Light on big, Mary J, make her cool down. And I'm steady counting all the money for the stress now. The keep it pushy, yeah, my guy, you know the drill. Cold 30 bitches when they got that for the thrill. Yeah, na big whiz, big color, man, a big time. And beg money for the rest, I still no get time. Yeah, you know, say me, I'm addicted to the late life. And the music be save me from the straight life. Back in the days, could just make my mind sweet. They will buy my day for trying to put my mind at ease. Yeah, but my made it for me, you know what they lay down. Every day I see the link, I need the sweet.
Black you forever, black you for life, discovery, big man, all girls, says you record,
See, so right about now, we're rounding up the parallel session, and everybody, stakeholders, commissioners, vice chancellors, teachers, students, let's all come into the hall. We're running up the parallel discussion sessions. It's time for us to come back into the hall and get the rapport, and that's it for the evening. Parallel sessions should be rounding up now. Others who are not in the parallel sessions, can you please come into the hall? Let's begin to constitute for the rapport. All right. All the parallel sessions should be rounding up now. Okay. The parallel sessions should be rounding up. Students and teachers, get your students into the hall. Other stakeholders, it's time to stop most of the activities at the foyer. Immediately from the parallel discussions or sessions, we are all expected to be inside the hall for the rapport, which will take a little time, and then we'll cap for the evening. Parallel sessions round up, please. The next 3 minutes, it is expected you are done so that we can continue with the other items needed to end the day on a very high note, finishing strong. Students, teachers, please get your students seated appropriately. Delegates, other stakeholders, ushers, kindly go around, make sure every movement is directed towards the hall now. Every movement. Thank you. Parallel sessions, kindly round up. Parallel sessions, round up. Delegates outside, kindly come into the hall. We are seeing only one school in the hall now, which is not right. All other schools should be seated appropriately. I think this time we just need to move to the floor. Let's all come forward. Let's all come forward. Let's all come forward. Students, come forward. In fact, from where you are sitting, move forward, fill the spaces in the middle. Let's see you guys for the first time. Just count 5 rows from the front and sit from the 6th row. 5 rows from the front, sit on the 6th row. All the students, it will be better from the 6th row. Parallel sessions, you just have 2 minutes to round up. And we crave your indulgence that as you round up, you just move straight into the hall so that we'll be done on time. Students who are just walking in, move towards where you have your fellow students. Nobody should be sitting at the back. Please, let's mobilize. Let's mobilize into the hall, everybody. The sessions are done with. Can we please move into the hall? Ushers, let's kindly tell people to move into the hall. We're about to take on the rapport. All right, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I believe between yesterday and today is indeed a great mileage covered, discussions, initiatives, perspectives, insights, and at the end of the day, I believe all who came did not only hear, but listened and took down notes. A deeper aspect of peer review mechanism that exists between the subnationals, and this is actually pioneered and pivoted by none other than Nigeria's Governors Forum. Let's please put the hands together once more and appreciate Nigeria's Governors Forum, for this beautiful initiative. We heard so much from different states, different persons, private sector, public sector. Now is connecting the dots. And that's actually the item on ground, connecting the dots. What have we learned? How do we make progress? Commitment, pledges. If you're expecting me to do that, you're making a very big mistake. I don't think I have the capacity to do that. But may I invite, and as I invite him, you must give him a resounding applause, a standing ovation for a job well done, because this man has been on his feet since yesterday, and today I have not really seen him sit for 5 minutes. Let's invite Dr. Leo Ebenezer, NGF. Can we be on our feet? Can we be on our feet? Can we be upstanding and appreciate him for doing a fantastic job? If you see the caliber of persons here and the engagement, it speaks to the mind behind this great enterprise. Let's invite him again to help us connect the dots. Dr. Leo Ebenezer, NGF.
Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you very much, everyone, for coming. I'll leave the appreciation and the thank you, commendation, and the rest of it to the chairman of the steering committee. My duty here is very simple. It's just to go through what we've been able to go through for the past 2 days as presented by the rapporteurs and the technical team. We might not have met the expectations of so many people in what we've done today and yesterday, and I think is this step in the right direction. We've also looked at the strategic challenges and hiccups, and which means we have to do a whole lot to be able to address these issues and see how the Nigerian Education Forum 2026 will be much, much better. I also want to inform you that the Nigerian Education Forum 2026 will still be held on the 9th and 10th of December 2026. The date has just been confirmed. And secondly, the portal for registration, what we intend to do next year is to make sure that we'll lock the portal for registration to those who we're only inviting those who have registered. And everybody coming in next year will have to register and get the certificate of participation and certificate of registration. This year we made it open because we want to let people know that the stakeholders from the Nigerian Governors Forum, Committee of State Commissioners of Education in Nigeria, COSEN, Federal Ministry of Education, and private sector partners are committed to addressing issues in the education sector by bringing stakeholders together and pushing the implementation strategy from the outcome of the summit to the state for implementation and support. That's why we chose sustainable education financing, developing a synergy between the town and gown as our first theme for this year. We also have to identify a critical issue in the education sector that we're going to use and then as the theme for next year. And I can assure you that if you were able to have or be able to measure an identifiable impact in this year, definitely you will see more impact as a result of the summit next year and the outcome of the event in the respective states through a stronger synergy between the governments, stronger synergy between the policymakers, governments at different levels, federal, state, and local government, and the organized private sector, especially industry players who receive the skill sets that our universities and institutions generate every year. That's the assurance I'm giving you. So thank you once again for coming. We're trying to connect the dots of what we've been able to do for the past 2 days. And basically, as you could see, for the past 2 days, we've been able to do a whole lot from stakeholder engagement to key panel conversations and outcomes. You would have been able to identify some of it. We've been able to bring together key government players from the executive branch of government and the legislature to come together and identify key issues in the education sector, focusing this year on education financing. That was why we were able to invite from the two arms of government, the Senate President and the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives. We've also been able to invite the ministers, especially Ministers of Education and governors, ably represented by 4 deputy governors and the Nigerian Governors Forum. So the key insight from this summit, as you can see, was one, basically align education with industry needs, giving insight from stakeholders who emphasize on align education with sectorial needs, especially in emerging fields like artificial intelligence, energy, and agriculture, which are very critical to prepare youths to join the labor market and be able to do contribute substantially to national and subnational socioeconomic development. The second aspect of it is on the aspect of technical and vocational education and training, how strategic and important that is for our people, especially for our young people. And we agree that the technical and vocational education sector and the sessions on it highlighted urgent needs for collaboration between government, private sector education providers to design curriculum that are relevant to industrial needs. This is very important because if the universities, the polytechnics, the colleges of education, colleges of technology do not align their curriculum to contemporary needs, especially this 21st century skill sets, it will be basically difficult for our university graduates to be gainfully employed. Now, we don't want to have a situation where the product of the Nigerian universities or tertiary institutions are not employed because they are not getting the needed skill sets. That's why the emphasis should move to tech-based skills and artificial intelligence and the rest of it. We also talked about predictable and sustainable education funding and accountability. If the industry players and the organized private sector want to partner with governments, then there should be some measure of accountability. They should be able to show costs and reason why they should invest in the education sector and measurable impact as a result of such investment. You do not expect private sector and industry players to provide the needed support financially, and there is no impact and there is no transparency and accountability. So we also need to have smarter outcome-focused spending. Stakeholders underscore the importance of shifting from simply allocating funds to ensuring that every naira spent produces measurable learning outcomes. There's also need to have evidence-based monitoring, and summit emphasized the need for robust monitoring and evaluation framework that can track the impact of investments in education. There are some identified challenges also that the summit has been able to identify: demographic advantage and skill gap. The Nigerian youth population is one of its greatest assets. However, the skills gap requires key obstacles. Access and equity, access to quality education remains uneven, particularly in underserved region and population. And then we need to also emphasize, as identified, the issues of funding and training. So what are we connecting at this critical time? We need to strengthen stakeholder collaboration. Collaboration among federal, state, and private sectors is key to creating sustainable, inclusive education system. We need to do curriculum alignment with labor market demands. The need for curriculum that aligns with emerging sector cannot be overstated, overemphasized at this critical time. Focus on teacher development. The summit also emphasized the importance of investing in teachers, not just through traditional training, but through ongoing mentorship and access to real-time data that improves classroom delivery. Mentoring of graduates for maximum productivity and facilitating the transition of Nigerians who studied abroad to return home and work and contribute to nation building and our own sustainable development. And there is the need for communicating research to impact policy and appeal to all ages, groups, and professions to be able to align that as well. And finally, the need for unified and harmonized data by guiding young people to discover their potentials and hone their skills and talent so that national socioeconomic development and creation of employment opportunities will be increased and enhanced substantially. Moving forward, as I told you, we will make much impact. We'll be able to implement the outcomes of this by pushing it through the subnational government. And we'll come back next year with a comprehensive report of what we've done this year and a follow-up measurement and evaluation process of what the states have been able to do as a result of this summit, and then have a host by bringing stakeholders again to identify key issues in the education sector. So we need inclusion, we need equity, we must prioritize inclusive education, focusing on the most vulnerable groups, especially girls, children in rural areas and out of school youth. We need to celebrate success, very, very important, success stories. Success stories should be celebrated, publicized, and scaled, investing in research and innovation to keep pace with global challenges, smarter funding models to ensure that funding is used efficiently. We must establish transparency and data system to track progress, where resources are channeled into effective teacher development, digital infrastructure, and real-time monitoring. We must make use of TVET, technical and vocational education and training should be expanded nationwide with industry-driven curricula that ensure employability of our young people. And finally, equity in access must be at the forefront of our educational reform. I thank you for this opportunity and wish you safe trips back to our respective states and areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was not a written speech. It speaks to how large his capacity is and to have been able to be saddled with this responsibility. And once more, let's put our hands together for Dr. Liu. It's time to say thank you, to cap it. But like the erudite Professor Jerry Ghana would say, if you want to govern, govern well. You want to minister, minister well. I also believe if you want to steer, steer well. And that's why today, his physicality, his amiability, and the smile on his face will not make you understand that he has been the man steering the ship of this very event. The reason why he's putting on white today, I don't know. But it speaks to the immaculateness of his heart, the purity, sincerity of the heart of subnationals to try as much as possible to give education its desired attention. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, without much ado, may I invite for the closing remark, thank you, none other than the Commissioner of Education, Edo State, Dr. Pade Iyamo, who is the Chairman Steering Committee. You can do much better. Can you be on your feet for him? Stand up and give him a, if you cannot, I will clap according to his height.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Please, can you have your seat, please? Please, can you help me celebrate our own Francis Duru? A round of applause for him. Ladies and gentlemen, participants, esteemed guests, I want to thank you all for coming and thank you for making this year's edition a grand success. Please celebrate yourself. A round of applause for yourselves as well. A lot has been said, and we don't want to keep you much longer than now. The synergy and the importance of the collaboration between the town and gown is significant for the progress and development of the education ecosystem. We want to especially appreciate the Vice President, the Senate President, the Deputy Speaker, the Chairman of the NGF, the Deputy Governors of Kano, Abia, Enugu, Lagos, the Honorable Minister of State Education, the Commissioners of Education here present, the commissioners, the delegates from the states, the heads of agencies, diplomats, development partners, and of course our sponsors and partners, particularly Premium Trust Bank, New Globe, Seplat Energy, Samsung, Naseni, Federal Inland Revenue Service, Oando Foundation, Enugu State, Kano State, and of course my state, Edo State. Please, a round of applause for my state as well. And every other one. Bayelsa State, Plateau State, delegate participants, students, members of the press, and all participants here present. So we want to thank you specially. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for the energy. Thank you for the resilience. Thank you for your patience. And as we depart today, let us commit to bridging the gap between the town and gown for the development of the education system and for the advancement of our students. Together we can make it work. Together we can make it happen. And the future of our state and our nation depends on our children. So let's collaborate and make sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's to give them a better life and a better future. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Let's give me an Oba Tokwe. Oba Tokwe. Oba Tokwe. Thank you so much. On behalf of the legendary veteran ace broadcaster, Dr. Cyril Stober, who happens to be the lead MC, on behalf of my brothers here doing the sign language, the paparazzis, the guys and the sound and light, the ushers, and all those who work behind the scene, we want to say thank you to the teachers and to the students. Can we please put our hands together for them? Thank you, teachers, for controlling your words. They have been well behaved, and I believe that's where to clap for the teachers too. Thank you for all who came, and for those of you who are joining to various places, want to say bon voyage, safe trip. As for me, Francis Duru, and myself and me, want to say God bless you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you for finding me worthy. God bless you. A bientôt, on se verra.
A huge undertaking that Nigerian Economic Forum, have started to take, to take the responsibility. Stakeholders across the state, to talk about very important metrics of education.
Premium sauce bag.